going to answer Welcome to today's presentation on how to analyze customer stories. Today we are talking to a different topic, that is how to analyze customer stories. You may be familiar with customer stories, how many ways you can collect customer stories. Think about the different ways you collect customer stories in the real life stories, also from the online stories. So nowadays everything is online, so you have a lot of methods to collect customer stories. Maybe you can collect stories using WhatsApp, you can collect stories using Facebook or other social media platforms. At the same time, you can interact with your customers and collect the stories. Here, I'm talking about how to analyze these customer stories and what are the methods we can use to analyze these customer stories. Okay, we can start with a small video which demonstrates how to record customer stories. So I hope everyone is ready. We can start. So before the video, I will explain what are the benefits or how the stories are helped when analyzing the stories. The stories are used to analyze purchases, mainly the customer journeys. So what are the things in the customer journeys? How the customer gets awareness and learn. Another thing is how the consumer compare and select, how the consumer execute the purchase, how the consumer receive and unpack the product, how the product used, how the consumer use the product, how the consumer dispose the packaging. These are different aspects we can analyze from customer stories. Customer story is one of the methods to collect information. There are a lot of other methods like depth interviews or quantitative interviews, ethnographic studies. You may be familiar with the different methods. This is one of the methods we can use. So by analyzing the stories, we will get mainly the customer journey, purchase journeys. Okay, we can start with a small video how to record story narration.
Abulia, she's one of my closest friends. Her age is 28. Nilima, she's my elder sister. She's my guide and my friend, actually. Her age is 32.
Here, you are seeing how the story narration is going on. So it will be connected to a simple tool. What are the thumb rules we had to follow while story narration? The important aspect, the important aspect is don't guide or prompt or ask questions. Why we are saying that? So why we are saying that? Think about if you are going to guide the person who is narrating the stories, or you prompt stories, or you ask questions in between the stories, actually, what is happening? You will be deviating the flow of the story. The person who is narrating the story is having the person is having a flow. So you'll be deviating from that. You will be prompting the person to deviate from that flow, and the person is going to answer your questions. So don't do that. So don't guide or prompt or ask questions. If you are going to guide or prompt or ask questions, actually it becomes a depth interview or the normal discussions or for the depth interview or open interview questions or like one-to-one discussions. Don't go to that method. That is not storytelling. That is they are answering to your questions. So that's not storytelling. The storytelling you should not interfere. So then what do you have to do? You observe and record. That is more than enough while narrating the stories. Okay, you just observe and record what is happening or what the person is narrating. So let them do their own way of narration. That is one of the important things you have to keep in mind. That is the main difference between the other methods and story, customer stories. Because otherwise, you can conduct depth interviews or ethnographic studies or other one-to-one discussions. So why this is different? That is non-guided or non-prompted explanation from a customer. Then how to analyze customer stories. So after recording, or you are collecting stories from social media or any other methods. So in social media, what is the difference is there is no objectives. You are just collecting the stories which is available in social media. But in organized manner, you can collect stories based on your objective. That is the difference between these two. But in a professional way, it's better to go for the selected or the with objectives, the stories with objectives, but then only it will be concentrated towards the work or towards the objective for that project. So better go for that. Also at the same time you can collect stories from social media, but anyway in what method you use to collect the stories you have to analyze. So how to analyze customer stories? What we propose or what we practice is the collector, enumerator, and evaluator method. There are three phases in that analysis. So I'm going to give more concentration or more explanation on these aspects than just collecting the stories, because nowadays we are trying talk to any UX researcher, so they have a lot of stories, but they are just analyzing based on their logic or their intuition. So there is no professional method is implemented while analyzing the stories. They are just conclude the stories. Okay, this is my conclusion. This is what the respondent says, said or explains. So that may be a lot of other things the respondent explain, because the story itself takes 15 minutes or 30 minutes. There are a lot of things the respondent explains, but the analyst will concentrate only some points and say that this is what the person says. That's just a concluding the story. So that is not the right way. Collect whatever the respondent or the customer want to explain. Collect all that aspects, all that story, and record it. Then we have to use professional method to analyze. So that's why I'm talking about these three steps we are practicing to analyze customer stories. One is collector, enumerator, and evaluator. I will explain one by one. So for explaining this, I am putting a case study in front of you. That is the easiest way to explain these analysis. Think about it's a scenario like, can you narrate your purchase journey for glucose meter? We are that's asking for a organized story. So story is collected in an organized manner. So can you narrate your purchase journey for glucose meter? When do you purchase and how do you select? You can explain in your words. This is the only introduction required for the story. Let them explain according to their words and with their emotions and their own language and their own way of presentation. So let them do that. So this is a case study. Then we start with collector. So think that you already recorded that story. Then what is the first step? You are collecting the story to your tool to start the analysis. That's what we call it as collector. There are a lot of models available. One of the more prominent model in consumer journey is Lavin and Steiner model. Is the name of the scientists who proposed this model. This talk about the consumer journey. So the journey starts from awareness, then knowledge, then liking, then preference, conviction, and purchase. These are the six important stages of uh, consumer journey. So we use these model to collect the path of the story. The story is developing towards through a path. So we have to first thing is we have to collect that path. Most of the stories, or almost all the stories, starts from a need or problem. The problem is the customer is facing a problem, then he is finding solutions to solve that problem. Otherwise, he is having a need and he is finding methods to fulfill his needs. The difference between need and problem is something happening when they use the existing resources. For example, the person is already have a bike, there is something happened to that bike, there's a problem, but he's not having the bike, he's on riding on a bicycle, then he and prefer light solutions and prefers one above another. That is, you have different choices of different solutions than conviction and and understand or check what you have decided, then purchase. So these are the steps. So our case study is story on purchase journey of a glucose meter. So you can see an example. As an example, you can see how the problem or how the story narrates or how the story takes its own path to explain all these situations. So it starts with the problem. What is the problem? As patient said, not able to go to lab daily. So it's very inconvenient to go to lab daily because I have to check my glucose level daily, but I can't go to lab every day. Then he presented this to in front of the doctor. So doctor gives the suggestion that there is a glucose meter. So he is getting awareness from the doctor. So doctor says that there's a glucose meter and we can use in these things. So he getting awareness from doctor. Then he inquire about this product and discuss with others. The most of the people say that the accuracy level is very low, so he is having a doubt on accuracy. That's a knowledge he's gaining from others or by learning from different people, maybe internet or from different media as well as others. The accuracy is not up to the mark, so that's the knowledge level he got. But he likes the simplicity of that product, so he can use it in a convenient way. Then why you prefer that I can do it at home, so that is better than lab, I can do it at home. But whether his decision is in a correct manner, still doubt the accuracy. But he purchased it from a pharmacy, then check it in daily basis. Think about the duration of this story. So one of the important aspects while you mark the path is duration. So awareness starts in 1 year back. So he learned, he start learning or start thinking about this product 1 year back. So he got the awareness from doctor 1 year back. Then he get a lot of knowledge in the 1 year back itself. Then he continues, but he decided only 1 month back, and he purchased 1 month back from the pharmacy. Then he find a solution to the accuracy also. The check he can do the use the meter daily. At the same time, he can check in the lab once in a month to check the accuracy. So that is the way the story is developing. So you can see a path. So actually, from that recording, when you hear the story again, you can collect the important points of the story, important milestones of that story to this model. So you have to use a container type model. That is best method is Lavin and Steiner model. Also, there are a lot of other methods you can use. Another method is code, context, metaphor. That's another method. There's another method is one more method is hypothesis, argument, example, synopsis. There's another method. So there are different methods you can use. Whatever model you uh, suggest to collect this type of information, you check about whether that model is good for the story narration. That way. So what we suggest always Lavin Steiner model because it's very detailed and it covers almost all the steps. So how the path is developing. So now you can see we can draw the path of the story. So it starts from the problem, then go to doctor, then knowledge, then liking part is little bit confused with the accuracy or simplicity. Which one should take first? That is the confusion he is having for a long period. Simplicity or accuracy, which is what's the trade-off between these two? Then he decided to purchase it, and he finds some method to solve that. So you can see the path of that story. This is the way you have to collect story path. I hope it's clear to everyone how to collect story path. So the next part of the story is roles. When you hear a story, there are different people playing different roles. In the example, when you saw in the video, they say that there is one person, he's my friend, he's having that much age. So that person is explaining about other people who is connecting to that story, or who is giving contribution to that person's decision making process. So there are different people or organization or materials which plays different roles in a story. What are the important roles? Mainly there are six roles. One is user. Who is user? The person who actually use and consume the product. That's a user. Initiator. Initiator is the person who has a specific need and purpose to buy a particular service. That's called initiator. Then influencer. Influencer is the person or a group of people who the decision maker refers to, or who advise. Think about the doctor is an influencer. Maybe the initiator and user may be same, uh, but influencer is different. There is no strict rules that there are different persons to play the different roles. Maybe more same person will be playing more than one role. Doesn't matter. So these three roles. Then the next role is gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is a person or organization or professional material which act as a filter on the range. Maybe the pharmacy or the internet. These are the gatekeepers who give the information. Then decider. Decider is a person who makes the buying decision. Maybe he himself take the decision, or he's talking. Decider. Decider is a person who makes the buying decision. Maybe uh, he himself take the decision, or he's talking to other person to take the decision, or he will be inviting a more knowledgeable person to take decision on behalf of the storyteller. Then buyer. Buyer is the person who is actually buys, or who is actually spending money for that. So these are the main six roles in a story. Sometimes different people will play these roles. Sometimes the same person will be playing. So these are the important aspects. One is path and roles. So who is there in that path? So when you take the knowledge, when you collect the knowledge, who is there as a gatekeeper to give the knowledge? When you take the awareness or take collecting information about the who is there to give the information, who is spending money, whether the person is consulting to any other person or engaging any other person to take decisions. So these are the different roles. So each role have its own importance. We have to analyze based on roles, and we have to identify the role of the person who is narrating the story. At the same time, who are the other people who is playing uh, important roles in the purchase journey. Think about it, if you are just purchasing a phone, think about how you create awareness, how you learn about different phone models, phone brands, then how you collect knowledge. Then you may be talking to a expert person in phone and get that information. Then you look into the features, which one you like, which one you don't like. Then you decide on something connected to the finance part also, then decide from where to purchase and how to. So every purchase journey have these factors, and these on each stages, these are the six roles will be playing in a purchase journey. Then come to enumerator. So that is a collector part. So we are collecting all stories to a collector, something like a container which is collecting. The container have different pockets, and we are collecting the information to that collector. Then comes to the enumerator. Enumerator is we are arranging the each part in that story in a proper way. Here also we are using scientific models. Uh, so you have to pinpoint each points in that story, so you can see it. So in this screen, I am showing a scientific model called 7P. Most of the people are familiar with 7P analysis. That is product, price, place, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence. These are 7Ps. Otherwise, you can use 4P model or 5 force analysis or SWOT analysis. There are different models available. According to your product as well as the objective, you can select. So here we have to study a detailed analysis on how the product is satisfying to a customer. So we have to talk about product, we have to talk about price, whether it is in a comfort zone or not, talk about place from where they get information, talk about the promotional methods, talk about people, process, physical evidence. So you can see in the column wise, the Lavin and Steiner model is already displayed awareness, knowledge, liking, preference, conviction, and purchase. And each stage, the duration also displayed. Then after that, what are the main role players? That also you can see. Then how these things work. So you can see price. Whether doctor indicates anything about price? No, the doctor says some price ranges. That's all. However, he inquired price with his friend. So, what is the price of this product? Then, 1 month back, he inquired in the shop, what is the price? Then, compare the price of different brands from shop. Then, shop gives 5% discount. So, that is the price part of that consumer journey. Look in the same way the place. So why where he get the awareness from the consultation of it also, doctor is playing a very important role, very commanding position. Doctor is a very commanding position in this product because doctor he's always the patient is he being a patient he always admit what doctor says. So doctor is a commanding position and doctor is saying that you can purchase this meter. So this very the highly influential opinion or highly influential role to the patient the doctor is playing. So doctor is one of the important factor while deciding that product. Then the place, then he inquired in the medical shop, then talk about the convictions or the avoid the accuracy in the shop. Then who purchased? So this very while deciding that product. Then the place, then he inquired in the medical shop, then talk about the convictions or the avoid the accuracy in the shop. Then who purchased? My son purchased from the shop. So there is one more person is coming into that. So one son purchased. Then promotion. So doctor promote anything? No, doctor is not promoting anything. He's just explain this is a method you have to follow. But in shop, they explained, they give some promotion that explained about the discounts. Also, the shop explains about the strip cost. That's also another important thing with the running cost of this product. That then other people involved, no others except doctor, no others is involved, and friends who is using the same type of product. others using that shop owner, then son. There are different people involved in it, then process. So doctor already said, show some process, some product, some device he is using, sometimes he is using. So that's already shown during the awareness time. Then and the knowledge level, he get explained how to use it. Then the shop is already explained, and it's very convenient. You can do yourself. And he's tried in the shop. Think about that live demonstration is happening in the shop. Then he purchased with cash. Physical evidence explained with the device and demonstrated, read with illustration, instructions on the product package, then check the battery, etc. So what are the things he is checking? Checking the battery, checking the cost of the strip, then other factors. Okay, check in YouTube also. He checked in YouTube. So this is the way the important 7 P's are giving its points in the story part. That is when we use Lavinge-Steiner model. So this is the way the enumeration is going on. I'm explaining these things to understand clearly based on a case study. So you may have your own products, your own services. You can try these methods if you are a hotel owner. Think about how the booking is happening, from where your customers get the awareness, from where they get understanding about your hotel and how they compare with other hotels, then how they select it and who is paying. You can think about it. If it's an automobile man or dealer, so you're selling cars, then you still you can say that from where you get from where the customer get brand awareness, then how he's getting the knowledge and how he's comparing with multiple brands with features, then on what basis he's taking the decision, everything that uh, customer journey you can use different methods, but how the story narration or storytelling process is connecting to customer journeys. So mainly the customer stories give inputs to customer journeys. Okay, that's enumerator part I already explained. Then comes to the evaluation side. So how we can evaluate these aspects? We already collected to different containers or with the pockets of a container. Then we enumerate and we fix the points in that. Then we had to evaluate the stories. That's the third phase. So I already explained the evaluation will be done based on Lavinge and Steiner model. That is awareness, knowledge, liking, preference, conviction, and purchase. Story is giving input to all these 6 stages. So whenever a person, a storyteller, narrate a story, it will contain all these 6 stages. Some stages it will be way less prominent for him, but some stages will be highly prominent and have more implication on his decision making process. Think about if you are collecting stories from different people. Maybe you are collecting stories on a particular objective from 100 people. So all these stories can be grouped into these type of evaluators, like what is happening, how many way, how what are the methods they will get awareness, how they get awareness about the product. Think about you are selling cars and how consumer get awareness about these cars and its features or brands. Think about the awareness level, the knowledge, liking. So everywhere the each story will contributing to these 6 stages. So that's why the great scientists who already explained about these 6 stages of customer journeys. So this method is quantitative mainly because you are summarizing 100 people, or you are summarizing what you got it into a different different subsessions and get it analyzed in the quantitative way. That's a quantitative way of analysis. But I think that story is mainly qualitative. So you have to do qualitative analysis also. How to do the qualitative analysis? So there's a classification of qualitative analysis you can see in the screen. Okay, you can look into the story first. From where the story starts. Is it an issue or problem? As I said, it starts from a problem. Then the consumer get key insights, then supports, like support from a doctor, etc. Then recommendations from shop or friends. Then he act. When the story is developing through this path, that classification is called racks and riches. So that's mainly based on the storytelling psychologies and so storytelling methods, narration method. When it starts from the issue or problem, then get key insights, then support recommendation actions. There's a racks and riches. Another method is the story starts from a thinking process. It's an opportunity. Then when you think about why I can't have that glucose measuring machine equipment, then he find a lot of problems like accuracy problems or something like that. Then he got key insights how to recover from that problems. Then he got recommendations. Then he act accordingly. So this type of story is called man in a hole. So initially it is just confused, then he recovered from that. So this is called man in a hole. Another one is tragedy. So even though you start from good vision and objectives, there are a lot of negative insights coming to that story. All the people, all the role players say that that is not good for you, that is a bad for you, that is not the right thing for you. So a lot of insights, but still some get positive insight. But at the end, it happens in the as a tragedy. The person is not buying that, or he is after even after he buys that product, he's not at all satisfied. That's really a tragedy. He won't use it. He also will say to his friends that that is happened to me, don't do that. So this is completely a tragedy. Another is Cinderella, that starts from a problem. I think you heard about a famous story of Cinderella. Start from a problem, then there are lot of positive insights to start with. Then the story narrator, a storyteller, faced a lot of obstacles. Then he got good recommendation. Then I ended up in good actions. That is called Cinderella method. So a lot of insights and obstacles you have to face. So these are the four major grouping of qualitative analysis of stories. So you can group, even though you got 100 stories from different people, you can group which story is a tragedy, which story is coming to the man in a hole, which is Cinderella, and which is facts and research. This is the way you have to analyze the qualitative method. So you can group the stories into these methods and review the stories and find the milestones and find the consensus of the story. Pictures. So that's mainly based on the storytelling psychologies and so storytelling methods, narration method. When it starts from the issue or problem, then get key insights, the support recommendation actions. There's a racks and riches. Another method is the story starts from a thinking process. It's an opportunity. Then when you think about why I can't have that glucose measuring machine equipment, then he find a lot of problems like accuracy problems or something like that. Then he got key insights how to recover from that problems. Then he got recommendations. Then he act accordingly. So this type of story is called man in a hole. So initially it is just confused, then he recovered from that. So this is called man in a hole. Another one is tragedy. So even though you start from good vision and objectives, there are a lot of negative insights coming to that story. All the people, all the role players say that that is not good for you, that is a bad for you, that is not the right thing for you. So a lot of insights, but still some get positive insight. But at the end, it happens in the as a tragedy. The person is not buying that, or he is after even after he buys that product, he's not at all satisfied. That's really a tragedy. He won't use it. He also will say to his friends that that is happened to me, don't do that. Or this is completely a tragedy. Another is Cinderella, that starts from a problem. I think you heard about a famous story of Cinderella. Start from a problem, then there are a lot of positive insights to start with. Then the story narrator, a storyteller, faced a lot of obstacles. Then he got good recommendation. Then I ended up in good actions. That is called Cinderella method. So a lot of insights and obstacles you have to face. So these are four major grouping of qualitative analysis of stories. So you can group, even though you got 100 stories from different people, you can group which story is a tragedy, which story is coming to the man in a hole, which is Cinderella, and which is Alexander. So this is the way you have to analyze the qualitative method. So you can group the stories into these methods and review the stories and find the milestones and find the consensus of the story. That's also possible. But keep in mind that each story is unique. Even though you are collecting from 100 people, each story is unique because everyone have their own stories to tell. Each story is unique. You have to accept the uniqueness of the stories. Still, you can do some you can do some quantitative analysis, and you must do the qualitative analysis because each story is unique. Even though you put some consensus of the stories like a grouping and everything, still keep in mind that every story has some unique things to say. So you pick up or take that uniqueness of the story, the unique part of the story, then continue your journey for giving the solutions to customers. So to analyze the customer journeys with that uniqueness, at the same time you have to conclude. Then what is the next step? As I said, you have to collect more stories from different part of the world, so different geographies, different cross section of the people. Being a, if you are a global company, so you, of course you have to collect stories from different countries. You selected cities, so people have different culture, people have different behavior, so the stories will be different. So you have to collect these stories from different geographies. Also, people collect the stories from different demographic profiles. That is, illiterate people, highly educated people, professional people, non-professional people. You can take the cross sections of the people. Then psychographic ways, the attitudes or different traditional or modern attitude people. Then behavioral ways, people may be uh, maybe introverts or extroverts. So a lot of things you can see while storytelling. Also, you have to collect these stories in different segmentations and heavy user or light user. You can use all the segmentation methods while collecting the stories. Maybe you are collecting 100 stories, you can apply all these segmentation methods. That's the thing. So you have to collect stories directly or indirectly. In both ways, you can collect the stories, but you have to collect globally or whatever your target market, you have to collect from the. So you have to collect directly or indirectly. As I said earlier, directly means you are talking to the customer, but indirectly means you are collecting from social media or you are collecting the stories which is just spoken, may not be for your own purpose, may be for some other objectives, but you can collect. while deciding like take it as a story. Okay, good. That's a way the analysis, or we can do multiple analysis or multiple level of analysis with the stories in a qualitative as well as quantitative ways. Then, to conclude, what are the important takeaways? Collect the stories directly and indirectly. Don't guide or prompt or ask questions while story narration. Use collector, enumerator, or evaluator. That's the method you have to use. Then use scientific method in each phase. Don't conclude the story with your intuition or don't conclude with just one opinion. So analyze it with scientific models. Do call and con analysis. These are the important takeaways. So I am done. So if you have any questions, please ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I hope I narrated the story of how to evaluate story in a proper way. I think you got the takeaways, and these stories are mainly used to take the market feedback or customer journeys while purchasing. Also, we can use for evaluating MVP. It depends on your. Anyway, this is a part of open innovation journey. We can do that. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. You can expect this type of topics every week. So I'm live every week with different topics. All are welcome to my presentation. Thank you. Hi, welcome to UX Living Lab. We will be starting soon. Hi, welcome to my presentation. So today we are going to present analyzing customer stories using Aristotle's 7 elements of storytelling. A beautiful subject or a beautiful model which talk about storytelling. So analyzing customer stories. So everybody knows customer stories. How the ancient philosopher present these 7 elements of storytelling and how we can use in this modern age. That's what we are talking about. Before starting, what is customer stories? As I always explain, stories are helpful when analyzing purchases. It's an effective way to see purchase journeys of consumers. What we can analyze with customer stories. The major points are how the consumer get awareness and learn, how the consumer compare and select, how the consumer execute, purchase, how the consumer receive and unpack the products or services, how the consumer use the product or service, how the consumer dispose the packaging. These are the main 6 elements we can analyze from customer stories. Okay, so I'm not going to revise again and again about customers because everybody knows what is customer story and what are the major points we'll get when you analyze customer stories. But today we are talking about Aristotle's 7 elements of storytelling. How we can use these Aristotle's 7 elements of storytelling in analysis. I think in 330 BC, before Christ, Aristotle laid out the 7 elements of storytelling and ranked in order of importance. What are the 7 elements? One is plot, second is character, third is theme, fourth is diction, fifth is melody, and sixth is decor, and seventh is spectacle. This is one of the sustainable models for UX research. So while we analyze stories and while the UX researcher collect the stories and going to analyze, this is one of the sustainable model we can follow. So I will explain one by one of these 7 elements. First is plot. Plot is actually the portfolio of the story. There are different class for stories depending on the outcome the story is giving. One is rags to riches, that is start from uh, bad fortune or the problems, then get key insights, then supports, then recommendation, then ended in actions. Another category is man in a hole. Even though they start from good opportunity, it faces a lot of problems and a lot of confusions, then got the key insights and recommendations, then actions. Then the third class is tragedy. It starts from good objectives, but a lot of negative thoughts and ended up in negative negative thoughts, seven elements of storytelling. How we can use these Aristotle seven elements of storytelling in analysis. I think in 330 BC, before Christ, Aristotle laid out the seven elements of storytelling and ranked in order of importance. What are the seven elements? One is plot, second is character, third is theme, fourth is diction, fifth is melody, and sixth is decor, and seventh is spectacle. This is one of the sustainable models for UX research. So while we analyze stories and while the UX researcher collect the stories and going to analyze, this is one of the sustainable model we can follow. Plot is actually the portfolio of the story. There are different class for stories depending on the outcome the story is giving. One is rags to riches, that is start from bad fortune or the problems, then get key insights, then supports, then recommendation, then ended in actions. Another category is man in a hole. Even though they start from good opportunity, it faces a lot of problems and a lot of confusions, then got the key insights and recommendations, then actions. Then the third class is tragedy. It starts from good objectives, but a lot of negative thoughts and ended up in negative implications that becomes a tragedy. Then Cinderella. Cinderella starts with issues, then a lot of positive insights, then obstacles, then overcome the obstacles, then actions. These are the four main classifications while we go through any story. So plot is it's talking about in which class the story belongs to. So what are the checklists? What plot the story belongs to? That's the first thing you have to analyze when you hear stories. All your stories belongs to the same plot or different. Maybe you are collecting different stories from different people. Is it fall in same plot, or is it different? Then you have to group the plot. So main groups are rags to riches, man in a hole, tragedy, and Cinderella. The next point is character. Character talks about the role of storyteller and relationships. Relationship means it's a storyteller's relationship with other roles. In a story, storyteller is the main character. Storyteller should appear in the story to be good, that is, should showcase what have in mind, that should be elaborated or explain what the storyteller is having in his mind. Then appropriate should show a level of expertise according to role the storyteller is playing. Then consistent should play a consistent role throughout the story. These are the three main aspects we will look into the role of storyteller. Character is also talk about relationship with other roles, because always the storyteller is not only the character in a story. So, what are the checkpoints? What role the storyteller is playing? You have to analyze that what role the storyteller is playing, whether the storyteller will play same role always in different products or different situations, whether the storyteller plays the same role always. Who are the other role players along with the storyteller, whom the storyteller interacting or associating in that story? How does the storyteller interact with other roles in the story? So main roles are the user who is using the product, initiator who is initiating the purchase, and influencer who is influencing the storyteller to take decisions, buyer is the person who is actually buying it by paying the money, gatekeeper is a person who is giving information about that product, decider is a decision maker for the purchase. Sometimes these roles will be played by the same person, but sometimes different person. It depends on the product and depend on the context. The storyteller is playing. What role the storyteller is playing? You have to analyze that what context of the story, set the scenes of the story properly. So provide study context to your storyteller. What is the main goal of the story of the study? The stages you needed, and explain why you do this project. So you have to give a peripheral information about this project to the storyteller. So what are the stages he had to explain in the story, and what's the main goal of this? So what are the checkpoints for that? What is the main goal of the project? What are the milestones the storyteller has to connect? How the project will use these stories? Explain the context before storyteller starts. These are the main checkpoints we had to cross check while storytelling. So the main stages are different models will be used. One of the model is start with awareness. Consumer starts with awareness, then he collect knowledge or gain knowledge, then like a product, then select from different brands, then conviction, that is convincing with the decisions, then purchase. These are the one popular model you can look into the context. So this talk about theme. So up to this point, we talk about plot. Plot is a group, the type of story and character, the roles uh, different people are playing in that story, and theme is the context. Then the next is diction. That is actually tone of voice in the story. While storytelling, what's the tone of voice in the story the storyteller is using? According to Aristotle, diction or dialogue was the way the characters speak to each other. Audience can tell a lot about the character from that person's tone of voice. The tone of or the tone of any piece of content can be analyzed along with four dimensions. So how we can analyze tone? These four dimensions are humor, formality, respectfulness, and enthusiasm. Think about what are the checklists? Funny versus serious. So whether the story is approaching or the dialogue and everything is a funny or serious dialogue. Is the storyteller trying to be humorous, or the subject approach in a serious way? That is one of the important checklist checkpoint. The other one is formal versus casual. Is the narration is formal or informal or casual? Respectful versus irrelevant. Does the storyteller approach the subject in a respectful way, or does she takes irreverent approach? Then enthusiastic versus matter of fact. Does the storyteller seems to be enthusiastic about the subject? So these are the four main checkpoints. We can mark it as humor, formality, respectfulness, enthusiasm. Then next comes to melody. Melody talks about the emotions in a storytelling. So how the storyteller mixing the emotions inside the story while the story is developing, how the storyteller is mixing the emotions. The basic way is classifying polarity, whether the expressed opinion in the document, a sentence, or an entry is positive, negative, or neutral. These are one main polarity we have to talk about: positive, negative, or neutral. Then advanced level, we can look into the emotions. For instance, at emotional states, look for instance at emotional state such as enjoyment, anger, disgust, sadness, fear, and surprise based on the subjective and objective identification. Existing approaches for analyze can be grouped into three main categories: that knowledge-based techniques, statistical methods, and hybrid approach. These are the ways you can analyze emotions. So what are the checkpoints? The main checkpoints as how the storyteller shows not only her knowledge, but also her passion to the product. That is one of the important things. The emotion talk about passion. So whether the storyteller talk about passion, can she insert a emotion to her dialogue to draw attention? Remind storyteller to show emotional journey throughout the story. So the main checkpoints are enjoyment, anger, disgust, sadness, fear, and surprise. Okay, now we come to decor. Decor talk about look and feel of the story. So think about how while we explain the story, it's just an explanation. It should be visualized and it gives a visual effect. That's the look and feel of the story. If the story is playing on a stage, how it look like? That's a very simple question. How does If the story is playing on a stage, how it look like? It's like a drama. Insist to create a visual layout of the story using images, text, video, and audio. So what are the checkpoints? Mainly that's a sensitive part and non-sensitive part. Take a lot of photos and screenshots in the progress of the story. Do the story contain sensitive information? If so, collect them in the story. Also take non-sensitive part of the story. Make story and portfolio look consistent with visual styles. These are the main checkpoints. So these are the main points we have to look into whether the story is having good look and feel. The seventh one, the last one is spectacle. Actually, this is a wow factor that's called spectacle. It's called plot twist. In a drama, there is wow factor. That's correct. But according to Aristotle, the spectacle of a drama was least important. A story talking about wow factor or plot twist will let audience remember it. The audience always remember the twist of the story, but it alone will not make a good play. That's what Aristotle's view on plot twist. Ask for spectacle in a story if possible, but never do this at the expense of the six other elements of the story. That's one of the key factors you have to remember while looking at the twist. Don't spoil the other six factors. So, what are the checkpoints? Does the story contains any unexpected plot twist that force storyteller to change the direction? So he's changing the direction of the story because of this twist. Maybe the story should be a tragedy, but he's changing. The storyteller won an award or achieve commercial success or generous something like Raffles prize or something like highlights in the story. Did the story ends in a relative failure or lukewarm response? If so, turn into a learning point. So, do the element of spectacle interfere with the story? Do the elements of spectacle interfere with the story? That's one of the important thing I already mentioned. To whether the elements of spectacle interfere with the story. For instance, will she withhold key information just to deliver a plot twist? So they may be hiding some information to make it more dramatic. So these points you have to check. So mainly achievements, awards, failures. These are the plot twists always. These are the seven factors or seven elements Aristotle proposed. What are the seven elements? I just again going through that. The plot is the grouping of the story. Character is a role playing. Theme is a context. Diction is the tone of voice. Melody is the emotions. Decor is a look and feel. Spectacle is a twist. So these are the seven elements of storytelling according to the Aristotle's model. Okay, I will explain or I will go through a case study to understand it better. I'm giving a very simple case study. So think about this case study. As a credit card holder, I want to view my statement balance. So that I can pay the balance dues. Very simple thing. I'm taking this as a story. Just one sentence. That's enough for a story. Look into that. As a credit card holder, this is one of the chat maybe coming into a bank. As a credit card holder, I want to view my statement balance so that I can pay the balance due. Think about this situation, this context. I'm not talking about big story, which is talking about 15 minutes or 30 minutes. There's a lot of scenes and a lot of players are there. That's also a story. That's correct. But if we can do such a small story to analyze with this model, why can't we do a big story? That's very easy because there are a lot of role players or a lot of scenes or a lot of tones are coming in. But think about very small thing, very minimum interaction makes a story. That is, as a credit card holder, I want to view my statement balance so that I can pay the balance too. So think about that story. The subject is credit card holder. The object is statement balance. Goal is pay the balance. So what is the plot? The man in a hole is having a confusion. So how to take the statement? Think about it's a man in a hole. That's the categorization you can give it to the story. The second one is character. It's a user. He's using credit card, so he's a user. Theme. He want to gain knowledge, so he's in the knowledge level. He's trying gaining the knowledge. Then diction. This is serious, talking in serious, formal discussion, respectful, matter of fact. He's clear on his what he's looking for. This very serious discussion, and it's very formally he presented. He's very sensitive because he's really very seriously watching it. What we have seriously looking to what he has to do, and clearly state it, and it's a sensitive information because it's very serious for him. Then spectacle. There is no twist. It's a direct. So this is the way you can categorize and analyze the stories. Think about a very simple story, very one sentence story. If you can analyze like this, why can't we think about a lot of chats or a lot of stories are coming to a bank can be analyzed in a different way, more deep analysis we can do. So that's the way this model is used in a UX research analysis. But here, what we do is we analyze the story based on the manual, based on Aristotle's 7 elements. That's correct. But we concluded based on the manual decision making process. So, in some cases, it may not be possible because there are a lot of stories are coming. So we have to automate it. So how we can do? There are a lot of machine learning algorithms available. That's Humane, which is talking about the emotion, words, and context labels in multiple modalities. Then Simai provide the audio-visual recording. Then Musi is a provide audio-visual recording of natural interaction. There are a lot of machine learning algorithms all available. There are a lot of other machine learning algorithm also, which is not mentioned here. So I mentioned some of the machine learning algorithms. We can use that for analyzing the stories. And but we had to train that algorithm and use it. That's a way. So there is a training period will be there, and it will work almost near to the human analysis. One of the advantages, it can be consistent and analyze the story in a bulk way, because sometimes the customer chat is coming to a bank. It's very difficult to analyze by humans. A lot of chat is coming, so how it's very difficult. So that's why people have to use this type of algorithm. And there are a lot of drawbacks when you use algorithms, because the people will may use some images and a lot of other expressions. But nowadays, these algorithms are trying to learn all these aspects and analyze. Okay, somewhat it's near to the human, but it's not. It's don't have the human errors. That is a very important. Even the repeated use, the human will make mistakes while doing the repeated use, but it won't. So this is a way you can use analyze stories based on technology. So, what are the takeaways? Stories should be targeted and send the right message. To achieve this, make sure to cover all 7 Aristotle's elements of storytelling. Each story should contain the following aspects: a compelling plot that is consistent throughout the story. The second one is a good, appropriate, and consistent storyteller, as well as supporting characters. The third is a theme which sets the context of story. The fourth is pleasant and friendly diction. Fifth is an emotional and or passionate melody. The sixth is effective and attractive decor, such as visual and text. Then the last one is a spectacle that makes story memorable. These are the 7 elements of Aristotle's model of storytelling. Think about he proposed the model 300 BC. Still, it is relevant. Still, we are using to analyze the story because it covers all the aspects of the story. That is the important part of this method. It's one of the best models to use to analyze storytelling in a qualitative way. So, for your reference, more reference, you can look into the interactiondesign.org or Wikipedia, sentiment analysis, emotional recognition, emotional recognition. There are different pages than Nielsen Norman Group for some. And so these are the, I'm giving credits to these people also by collecting this information. So I am done. So as I said, always, we are implementing all these methods in the open innovation journey. The open innovation journey always talk about the UX research, while UX research storytelling is one of the important method to collect information about customer journeys. So whatever we discussed so far is connected to open innovation journey. Thank you so much. And you can expect similar presentation every week from me. Stay tuned. Have you any questions? Do you have any questions? Please uh, ask in the comment box. Thank you. Hi, welcome to UX Living Lab. We will be starting soon. Hi, welcome to my presentation. So today we are going to present analyzing customer stories using Hi everyone, welcome to my presentation. Today we are talking about how does eye tracking for UI design testing work. So everybody knows about eye tracking and how to use eye tracking for UI design. So eye tracking is basically on track the eye movements. Eye tracking have lot of applications, various applications, not only in research and in medical field or lot of other applications like real-time analysis, medical analysis. Also, we have using eye tracking in research. How to use this eye tracking in UX design testing? That is a topic we are going to discuss today. What is eye tracking? Eye tracking is a process of measuring either the point of gaze or the motion of an eye related to head. So that's a very simple definition. It's a process of measuring either point of gaze where the one person is looking or the motion of an eye related to head. That is very simple definition of eye tracking. Everybody knows because nowadays eye tracking is not a new technology. So everybody is familiar with eye tracking. The commercial eye tracking studies function by presenting a target stimulus to a sample of consumers. So I'm talking about the research applications where eye tracking is using. In that studies, normally a stimulus will be shown to a sample of consumers, selected consumers, and we will be tracking their eye movements. Examples of target stimuli may include websites, that can be websites, television programs, sporting events, films and commercials, magazines and newspapers, packaging, anything where we can display in front of the consumer and we can analyze their eye movements. Yeah, the resulting data can be statistically analyzed. So we'll get a lot of information after eye movement. So we are recording the eye movements. Then these can be statistically analyzed and graphically rendered to provide evidence to specific visual patterns because we can develop report based on that by examining a variety of behaviors. Researchers can determine a great deal about the effectiveness of the given medium of product. So we can analyze a lot of things based on the eye movements because where the user is looking to and what attracts him, where he is looking more time than compared to other points in that stimuli. So like that, we can analyze a lot of things from the eye tracking. Then we can provide a report. Report is basically a statistical report, nothing more than that. Only thing is that this technology can be used to develop that report. This is a recording of an eye tracking experiment or research based on eye tracking. And you can see different colors on the screen, that is violet color or green color. So this is the sport where the respondent is looking to. That's called heat maps. Heat map is an aggregate from many participants. That means if you are giving the same experiment to different participants, uh, the aggregate of the many participants performing the same task. The colored areas indicates where people look. Which red area signifies the most amount of time, then followed by yellow, green, respectively. That's the way heat map is done. Actually, heat map is a report based on where the where the respondent is looking to, but it look and feel, then prototyping, then MVP, then feedback. This is an open innovation journey. So in this journey, uh, we suggest when you reach the stage of look and feel, prototype, and MVP, this is the stages where you can use eye tracking. Because an ideation and concept is mainly based on the discussions, exploring stage, so open discussions and getting the ideas from the respondent. But in look and feel stage, we have something to show in front of the respondent. That means the company is having something to show in front of the respondent. Then UI designer can test the look and feel of the design, and in the prototype it's more in the workable form, so UI designer can test the prototype of the design. Then while doing evaluating the MVP, this is more a result oriented working model. So the core product is already developed, that also can be tested using eye tracking. So these are the main stages. These are the stages where eye tracking can be used in UI testing. There is look and feel, designing, how to optimize the design of look and feel, how to test the prototype, how to evaluate minimum viable product. These are the important stages. So there are different methods of eye tracking. One is eye tracking testing in a controlled environment. So controlled environment means the lab is set for eye tracking. So that should be in a lab setup. Tracking equipment is required. It's giving more accuracy. So you can see a tracking equipment here. So there's a monitor which is tracking the eyes. This tracking equipment is focused to the eye of the respondent. Then also the webcam is there, so you can see, you can record where the eye focused. Then another method of control environment is eye tracking using mounted glasses. So you can see a glass is mounted on his on his eyes. This is also you can take it as a tracking equipment and controlled environment. The difference between these two is the first one is limiting the movements of the respondent. Here the respondent is free to move anywhere. So this method is good for store test or driving test, in-store applications and advertising tests in a real environment. So a lot of applications we can use this, but it's again is a control environment because there is a equipment mounted on the respondent eyes. So respondent feels that there is something is going on. So that's it's a control. We call it as control environment because that respondent is under the pressure of testing. Respondent can trained or guided for how to move around, how to go to how to execute the testing, etc. That's why we call it as control environment. Then another one is natural environment. So eye tracking testing in natural environment, that respondent is free to do anything, but the software or the sensors will track eye movement. So there is nothing mounted on his head and he's free to do anything according to his own way. There is no trained or there is no guidelines for testing. So he can do it in a natural way he behaves. This is good for some applications like website testing. In driving testing also, you can use the natural environment if you set the sensors in a specific uh, format. Otherwise, it's very difficult because driving is always in the moving environment. It's not a digital environment. That's why it's very difficult to use sensors, because sensors to be placed in a specific points, that is important. But in a website is very easy because the webcam will easily track your eyes and it will create the heat map. So it's a completely natural environment. So how does eye tracking works? Eye tracking works by following the eye position and movement non-intrusively. A source of invisible infrared light illuminates the pupil. So what is happening? So there is an infrared light focusing to the eyes, and people will reflect that infrared lights. Thus, a reflection generates on the cornea. An infrared red camera then record that reflection, delimits the centers and uh, detection eye rotation and determine the gaze detection. So after calculating all these points, the algorithm will calculate. So people send a corneal reflection. PCCR is a formal term for the main method eye tracking uses, in which the pupil and corneal reflections are optically monitored using a infrared camera. The eye position, point of, so a lot of terms like that, and the eye movements are the calculated using advanced mathematical algorithm. After that, recorded information becomes raw data that eye tracking software subsequently process. So this data will be processed by the software and generate heat maps and other analysis. That's the way the eye tracking works. The other thing is 3D eye tracking. As I just mentioned earlier, so during the driving, this is actually 3D eye tracking because driving environment is completely a moving 3D terrain. So 3D eye tracking solved the challenges of natural environment like wide range of applications, multi-person tracking can be done, 3D line of sights, calibration is not required. So it's but it's a little bit complex than the 2D environment like what we are doing in the website. But this is having a different applications. So you can see eye tracking using webcam. Okay, as I explained earlier, these green spots are the heat maps, but this is very natural and very easiest way to do eye tracking. Why tracking using webcam? Because most of the mobile phones and laptops are mounted with webcams, so we can use webcam for tracking your eyes, eye movements. So that's completely a natural environment we can provide, but it may not be accurate like like exclusive cameras and exclusive equipments mounted on your head, for respondent's head for tracking. But it's a controlled environment and it's more accurate. But webcam may not be more accurate like controlled environment, but it's natural. So that is very respondent's behavior and respondent's response will be in a natural way. That is one of the advantage of using webcam based eye tracking. So the technology is so developed now, so we can easily can convert your webcam to a eye tracking equipment and create heat maps. So I can give a demo on eye tracking using webcam. How actually it is executing. Okay, now we are entering to the calibration screen. So first thing is we have to calibrate. So we have to look into the red spot to calibrate the screen. It should be synchronized with my eye movement. So equipment and eye shapes are different for each person. That's calibration is required. If you do without calibration, accuracy will be again compromised. Then the second step is you have to tilt the eye a little bit towards that red spot in that direction. To calibrate in dark mode also. Okay, now we are entering to the testing screen. So you look into this. This is a natural way of testing because I didn't make anything on my head. I am just looking to the website. There's a particular website we are looking for. So we can browse through the website. So get started. Okay, get started. Then okay, okay, your code scan. So where we are looking, that is, we can just browse the website natural way. And nothing, uh, nothing in a controlled form. So anything you can do in the website as a natural person, we are interacting with that website. That's enough. So actually, maybe we are looking to the pricing. Okay, so these. Okay, okay, this is good. This is the way the interaction. So this should be any respondent can interact to the website in a natural way. That's all. So there is no not under the pressure of study. So this study was designed for only 60 seconds. So you can see this one. Okay, we can see the output. It's recorded output of my demonstration. You can see, as I said earlier, these green are heat maps. So when I look to that point more time, it will be changing the colors. The red is the maximum time, then green, then yellow, green, like that. So it records my eye movement. So look into that. It's very natural. So just browsing the website as a normal customer. So it will record the eye movements and it will generate the heat maps and you can analyze these heat maps. Okay, it's very interesting. So how it generates the heat maps. Good. This is the way it works in the real time environment. Okay, eye tracking using screen-based. So in that demonstration, I explained how naturally we can do the eye tracking in a using a webcam and regular website. That's all. So eye tracking, actually these tracking equipments can be mounted in two different ways. That is, one is the screen-based devices. When the track, when tracking eye activity at the distance in a controlled environment, screen-based devices are typically used. The webcam is a screen-based device. The participants sit in front of the computer monitor, which has a panel. Then participant is presented with multimedia stimuli to trigger, record, and analyze eye movements. Overall, screen-based eye trackers provide visual attention insights of the visual attention insights detection. Researchers by collecting high quality eye related information into static testing test setting. So you can see in this picture, you can see there is a equipment which is placed in front of the respondent. This will track the eyes, and he is looking to the screen. So this is controlled environment because there is a equipment is in front of his the respondent. He's vigilant that that's there, and he's looking to his eyes are calibrated. So like that, if it's just a webcam, that's natural environment. So anyway, the screen-based devices can be used in this method. That's what I'm explaining in this process. Another method is tracking using glasses and VR headsets. Wearable eye tracking devices are recommended for behavior studies and real world scenarios. So they permit movement beyond limitation imposed by stationary eye trackers because the respondent can move around. That's the advantage of glasses and VR headsets. But head mounted eye trackers can measure eye movements from up close. Uh, but mobile trackers like eyeglasses can become unstable in certain test conditions, like very fast testing, such as sports, participating in a sports or playing something or running or these type of things. Little bit unstable, but still we can use it. That's the only way to use eye tracking because that's not a stationary activity. So we have to use head-mounted glasses or VR headsets. There's a two important classification of where we are mounting the tracking equipment. Then another thing is head tracking. So eye tracking and head tracking, those are two things. It's a very simple difference. Eye tracking track eyes, head tracking track head movement. So with the both process involves monitoring positions and movements, and the former only tracks the eyes, and the head tracking will track head activity. But for a research purpose, we can combine these two. We can track head as well as track eyes. So when combining these two methods, give a very valuable data and a rich user experience in applications. So there's a head tracking equipment. So we can see in the photographs a head tracking. Then next one is applications in UX research. How we can apply these methods in UX? I already said where to use these methods. That is in look and feel, prototype, or MVP. These are the stages we can use eye tracking in UX research. But how we can apply? So what are the benefits? You can see visual behavior study. We can use eye tracking Attention mechanism evaluation, that's another area we can use eye tracking in UX research. Visual stimuli respondent measurement, that's another area. Learning patterns, group behavior comparison, these are the different bifurcations of UX research where we can apply eye tracking. Think about it, you can see prototype app in the right side. I'll show something like this. Think about if you are loading these app in front of the respondent where the eye tracking environment is set. So you can see while he click on the menus, okay, okay. So we can track the eyes when you click on the menus. This is the way we have to do the eye tracking in the prototype, because this is a prototyping already designed based on a UI designer designed this prototype. We can use it for where he is looking and what is the meaning, how the respondent is going to operate. So actually, this is not a working product. This is a design done in UI side. Also, you can use Figma or Adobe XD. So different platforms you can use to develop the designs in. That's normally these are the three platforms used by the UI designer to develop the designs. But from where the UI design develop the design, mainly the UI designer develop the design from intuition, so his own ideas. So whether this idea is a workable idea, or how the respondent or how the users or targeted users going to respond to this design. That is why we are testing the UI testing, UI research. UI will UI will be tested in natural environment or real environment with the targeted users. While we test the UI design or prototype and look and feel, we can use eye tracking. Okay, that's the main area where we have to use eye tracking. So the visual behavior study or learning patterns or different categories, we have to use eye tracking to gather the information from user. Of course, we are interacting through depth interviews or some other methods of research, but still we can incorporate eye tracking to that, so we can clearly analyze which got more attention for the user, or how we had to redesign the entire flow, or sometimes some components may not be get attention by the user because that's in a some corner or somewhere, so we can redesign all those designs based on the eye tracking results or heat maps. This is the way it works in UX research. Because in the UX research, mainly the UI designer starts designing from two aspects. One is based on intuition, another is based on customer research or user research. So very rarely UI designers use user research to start the design. So they start from their intuition or they start from their learnings. Then they prepare a design. Then company has to check this design in front of the targeted users. Then only we can a company can confirm that this design will work, or this design will work according to the uh, objective of the product. Otherwise, the design will go in one direction and user will look into some other things. So for this matching, we had to do a field research. During that field research, we had to use eye tracking to get more accurate data from research. So do it in a natural way. As I demonstrated, I do it in a natural way. So you'll get a very natural way of behaving to a design. Think about the design is in a workable form. It's not a app developed app. That's a design in a workable form, or that in the workflows are designed, but there is nothing in behind that as a database, or workflows are designed and is in a working form. Like a front end can be played by the user, so he can play on the front end. At the same time, we will track the eye movement of the user. So it's actually completely very near to the natural environment of using the app by the end user. So what are the benefits? Benefits of eye tracking. So advancement in fields like AI, social science, and healthcare. These are the new areas developing using eye tracking. Then assistive technology for individuals with limited mobility. That's another method. Another area where the eye tracking is used. Use interface and experience improvements. User interface and experience improvements. It's the area where we are concentrated. User interface and experience improvements. Safety hazards. Okay, high quality market research findings. So eye tracking is heavily used in research application, UI design or market research, quantitative as well as qualitative. Remarkable insights into human mind and body. So these are highly used in the research-based purposes. So mainly in UX research and market research. What are the difficulties? Head-thrown effect. That's one of the important difficulty while we design eye tracking based research. What is that? Because when we put a person to a testing environment, he's vigilant and he know that there is some test is going on, so he will change his behavior. This effect is called Hawthorne effect. So the person change their behavior knowing that they are under observation. So how to overcome it? Use only the natural environment. That's the only way to overcome that. Interpretation is little bit difficult. With a higher or lower number of fixations can be state different conclusions. There's a little, and squinting, that's one of the biggest problem here. The people center corneal reflections method is not effective when the participant squints. So they will concentrate with closed eyes or half closed, not closed eyes, half closed eyes. When they concentrate on they want to read something with half closed eyes, it may not be work properly. That's a technology limitation is there. Then when you use, sometimes people will look or responder will to look into something else away from this, and it will trigger something that is unintentionally triggers some undesired actions that may happen, because that can be eliminated while analysis. We can remove that type of things. Then calibration is one of the limits, but still we can use without calibration, or once we calibrate then fix as it is and continue, but use the calibration before the study to get more accurate results. But without calibration, you'll get very low quality, or the accuracy of the tracking will be compromised. That's why we recommend always calibration, but it's 1 minute job. We have to calibrate. Okay, I hope you got some idea or some clarity on how eye tracking to be used in UI research, especially when you test the prototype and look and feel how to use eye tracking in UI research. So, what are the main takeaways? Eye tracking in natural environment is advisable for UX research. As far as possible, as much as possible, you have to use it in natural environment. Invite required respondents based on study design. So you have to select environment, a different segment of the people according to statistical sampling size. You have to select them because heat map is generated based on statistical data. So you have to select people based on statistical sampling size. Even though it's a qualitative study or a quantitative study, whatever the data you are collecting in the UX research, but you have to use the sampling size. Use image for testing look and feel, and use UI design softwares for or websites for prototype testing. That's I already explained. So image is just an image. The look and feel is it's not workflow is not designed in a look and feel. So you can show different screens. So for that you can use presentations or printouts or image files you can use. At the same time, if you are using the UI design in a prototype form, you can use Figma or Adobe or UIZAD or these type of softwares you can use. Otherwise, you can use a website. You develop it in a website or Elementor or in WordPress. You can use this type of prototype testing and develop these workflows in that along with the designs plus workflows in these any of these platforms. But immaterial of any platform you use, the it will track the research will track your eyes using the hardware, either using the webcam or specially designed devices. That's the way it works. Then after these heat map, you can use depth interviews to get more clarity. To avoid the interpretation errors, you use depth interviews. That's also required after creating heat map. These are the takeaways. Mainly. These are the points we had to. Look into and what we learned and we had to implement while using eye tracking in UX environment. Any questions? Okay, that is equipments can be used in a controlled way. In some cases, we need more accurate research. It's better to set up with the lab and invite the respondent to the lab and do all these recordings with especially calibrated high quality equipments. It depends on your objective of the study, whether you have to do it in a natural environment or controlled environment. But UX research is always better to do it in natural environment because the controlled environment, the things will be different. People will think in a different way. As I said, they are in the under pressure of the testing, so they will behave in a different way. But look into the natural environment, not only a 60-second study, it's a continuous study you can do. In some technologies available, you have to add a plugin to your website. It will 24 hours, it will monitor these heat maps. That technology is available. So you can use that. So there is no limit for that. Only thing is, if you are ready to do the use this type of technologies, you can continuously monitor it, continuously use the output from these heat maps for the betterment of your websites or betterment of the product. Of course, in physical product, there are a lot of limitations. Either you have to use sensors or you have to use cameras. The cameras to be placed in different locations, in a specific location, then focus to the eyes, and it will capture the reflections from the infrared light. That Especially in a driving, it's a little bit difficult to configure the environment, the real time driving experience and testing using eye tracking. And also because of the speed, also there are a little bit errors. But still, in the research purpose, we are using it. But it's better than you, just asking how what was your experience and where you are looking. And to think about the driver, he may not be yeah, he may not able to explain where he is looking because he is in driving. So that's a problem. When you ask your respondent if he's vigilant about where he is looking, then only he can explain. But he may not be vigilant because he's driving. He may be looking to the dashboard. He may be looking to the road or signs, road signs, pedestrians. A lot of things he's looking to. So he can't explain where he's looking now because he's driving. It's a specific environment. It's a little bit difficult. So it's better go for eye tracking, especially the glasses are better. Where he's looking for glasses are better. But camera based eye tracking have limitations because you can't mount camera everywhere because it's in driving. So better go for the glass mounted eyeglasses with tracking equipment. That's better for driving. But in websites, of course, mobile apps, you use eye tracking. It's very easiest way to understand users' behavior. Even though they are saying lot of things, where he's looking to, which attracts them, where he's firstly looking to. Think about when I look into that website, maybe people first go through the homepage, then immediately they will go to pricing. So think about even though they will say that I will learn about the product and then only I will be, still they will go to pricing. So these type of results you will get from the heat maps. People that a respondent may not explain these type of things. That's what we can understand. So after analyzing this heat map, you do the depth interviews. That gives a very clear picture of targeted user, how he's going to behave with your app. So I'm limiting my explanation only to the UI design testing, but you can use anywhere you can use this type of tracking, including advertisement, including movies. Nowadays, in TV also we can use this eye tracking where they are looking while seeing that. And one of the important other applications is gaming. So how to while design the gaming, and when people play games, you can track their eyes. Okay, these are the different applications. So I'm giving credits to these people where I referred this information. Eyewear, one of the beautiful hardware which is used for this. Needs and Norman Group, then Wikipedia, Grace Recorder. These are the references I used to do this presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and you can expect similar presentation every week from me. If you like this presentation, you can share this presentation to your colleagues, or you can comment. If you have further questions, you can ask to me in the comment box. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to my today's presentation, a brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. When you talk about consumer's choice, every purchase is made based on consumer's choice. Every purchase decision is having a trade-off. So when there is a choice, there's a trade-off. How to analyze this choice and how to influence this consumer's choice. This is I'm going to speak today. It's a brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. When the choices are made by consumers, that's the first question we have to analyze. For this, we can go through the consumer journeys, purchase journeys. So, consumer purchase starts from awareness, then move to knowledge. So in awareness, consumer is creating or taking awareness or getting awareness about different products and brands. Then consumer is learning about each brand and product. Then the consumer like different brands or product based on its features. Then consumer wants to take a preference what he want to purchase. Then consumer will be rethink or analyze again whether the decision made by the consumer is correct or not. Then purchase. This is a typical consumer journey proposed by Lavin and Steiner model. So when we look into this journey, when the choice are made by consumers, you can look into the awareness, knowledge, liking. These are the knowledge gaining stages. But in preference, of course, the consumer want to prefer one product or brand against others. The trade-off is happening in the preference stage. So this is a stage we want to analyze how the choices are made, how we can influence the choices, and on what basis consumer take decisions, or how on what basis consumer select a particular brand and product and reject a brand and product. So that is the topic of today's discussion. Conjoint analysis is the prominent method implemented or we have to follow to analyze choices. What is conjoint analysis? Conjoint analysis is a survey based statistical technique used in UX research that helps to determine how people value different attributes of an individual product or service. The objective of content analysis in consumer purchase journey is to determine what combinations is most influential on consumer choice or trade-off and decision making. So conjoint analysis is a statistical method proposed for analyzing the choice and trade-off. How to use conjoint analysis in a consumer journey? Because consumer journey, the choice is happening in a consumer journey on the time of preferences. A controlled set of product or services are shown to consumers, and by analyzing how they made choices among these product and services, that is a method adopted by conjoint analysis. The implicit value of the individual product or service can be determined. So in conjoint analysis, a set of products, services are shown to consumers. That is can be a controlled set of services and products. Sorry. That can be a controlled set of consumers choices that can be shown in front of the consumer to analyze and pick by the consumer. So consumer will look into these choices and do the trade-off. This can be used in the preference level. For doing this conjoint analysis, we have to understand what are the different type of conjoint analysis and how to organize. is this conjoint analysis. The different type of conjoint analysis are ranking based conjoint, rating based conjoint, choice based conjoint. So consumer will be ranking between the products which shown in front of the consumer. In the real purchase also, that's the same thing. Think about it. When a consumer went to a shop, he can see different brands or different product of same use. The consumer will rank it or rate it or select one and reject others. So there's a three methods: ranking, rating, and choice based. But in the real practice or real purchase, consumers won't rank, won't rate. The choice is the most prominent thing. Very rarely consumer will rank and rate. They will do, but actually very rarely compared to the choice-based conjoint. So we can concentrate more on choice-based conjoint because it's more near to the real life experiment, real life purchase. So our experiment should be more near to the real life experiment, real life purchase. Then identify the relevant attributes of products slash services for display. This is next step. Be relevant to decision making. So near to as much as possible to the real decision making process. Be clearly defined and communicatable. So the choices to be clearly defined consist of at least two levels, because you can make choices 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like that, but at least two choices to be there. Otherwise, consumer can't select one and reject other. So these are the basic steps to organize conjoint analysis study. Then important rules we had to follow. The number of products in comparison to be restricted. With large number of products, the task of consumers become too large. So ideally 12 to 15 choice are right. Think about when a consumer entered to a shop, he won't compare the entire products in the shop. There may be 50 brands or 60 brands of the same product. Think about a toothpaste. Think about a wash soap. There are huge number of brands are available in a store, but consumer won't look into that. Maybe he'll look into the 5 or 6 products, or maybe at least three brands and products, then take the choice. These three brands maybe depends on the consumer's knowledge or the visual effect of the consumer in that store, because when the consumer sees this particular brand, it will pick. Most of the FMCGs are based on this visual effect, but in durables or other products, automobiles, etc., they may have the knowledge of the product, and still there is a list of product to select and others to be rejected. So 15 to 12 to 15 choice are ideal. If you go more than 15, that's very complex and consumer won't look into that. Avoid rating or ranking. As I said earlier, rating and ranking consumer rarely do. So we had to avoid that, and did not link directly to behavior theory, because at that selection process or the choice, consumer is mainly looking into just select based on choice and reject based on some factors. Consumer choice among alternatives that rather than ranking or rating them. So use choice. So choice based conjoint is the best and near to the real purchase journey. These are the two important rules we had to follow while designing a conjoint analysis. And how to analyze the data. The actual estimation procedure will depend on the design of the task and profile of the consumer. So we have to select different profiles of consumers. Think about in a store, what type of consumers coming to that store. Depending on the real consumer cross sections, we have to select the consumers to do this analysis, to participate in the study, and the measurement scale used to indicate preference or interval scale. Mainly we use discrete choices. Otherwise, you can use interval scale or ranking scales. For estimate the preference level using rating based full profile task. So when we look into the full profiles of the products, the linear regression may be appropriate. Linear regression is one of the methods in statistics. For choice-based tasks, the maximum likelihood estimation, because there are there's a huge number of choices, but again we are selecting from the group and again presenting in front of the consumer. So the choice-based task, maximum likelihood estimation, usually with logistic regression. This is another method in statistics. So depending on the type, so if you have a huge number of brands and products, better go for selecting some brands for the display from the big group of brands, then analyze using logistic regression. Other methods are Bayesian estimators and hierarchical Bayesian procedures are also used in advanced analysis. These are the analysis method, basically depending on the statistical uh, procedures. Because this conjoint analysis is a statistical method. Another, again, it's a part of conjoint analysis. Another method is called turf analysis. What it is? Total unduplicated reach and frequency. I can explain this with an example. If a company plans to market a new yogurt, they may consider launching 15 possible flavors. So, any product like yogurts or ice cream, there are a lot of flavors. But in reality, only three might be purchased in large quantities. You can fix that 3 to 4 or 5. That's not a problem. So they think that only three may be purchased in large quantities. The tough algorithm identifies the optimal product line to maximize this total number of consumers. who will purchase at least one stock keeping unit. So which stock keeping units, which size or which quantity will move fast or will move more or will sell more than the other quantities. That is the way we have to analyze. So for this, the turf analysis, what is the difference between turf analysis and the previous analysis, what I mentioned? In turf analysis, there is no duplication is allowed in the portfolios. Portfolios means the combination you are showing in front of the consumer at a time. So three products at a time or four products at a time. So in tough analysis, that combination, every time when you use the combination, that set of combinations are unique. But in the regular analysis, the normal analysis, in conjoint analysis, that may duplicate. You can take a biased decision. So one product can be shown every time and other can be replaced, or one combination have more weightage, like that you can arrange. But in tough analysis, uh, do not duplicate these portfolios or do not show these portfolios more than one time in front of the consumer. That's the difference between tough analysis and uh, regular way of doing conjoint analysis. Isn't it? You can select this type of analysis based on the study design. You can see an example of tough analysis. Think that the 15 choices, so unique in a day. These choices are unique in a day. You can see there are 15 choices, A to O. Then unique in a day. Take Sunday, A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, they in this design, the experimenter is showing three options at a time to select that. Consumer has to select one from A, B, or C, one from D, E, F. So the 15 choices are unique in that day. Again, on next day, come with another portfolio, but look into these portfolios. These portfolios as portfolios includes all 15 choices, but the portfolios are unique. Then Tuesday, come with another portfolios. Like that, for the 7 days, you can see 35 portfolios are shown in front of the consumer, 5 in a day and 35 in a week. The every choice is unique in a day. So every day we are the experimenter is showing the same choices but different portfolios. Unique layout for a week. This is the way to conduct our analysis. So this is the example for turf analysis. How to show these choices, that depends. So it's a unique, unduplicated way of showing portfolios. In the regular method of conjoint analysis, you can duplicate it, even though whenever you duplicate a portfolio, that have more weightage. So A, B, C will be showing every day. Then you can analyze, you can add other options. That's also possible, but that is not unique. So that's unduplicated or unique portfolios to be shown in tough analysis. Then what's the base of this? That's very interesting. When you look into this type of analysis we are using today, what is the historical development of these analysis? For this tough analysis and including the conjoint analysis, it have the history to 1850. There's a great statistician, the Kirkman, proposed a problem, Kirkman's schoolgirl problem. It's called Kirkman's schoolgirl problem. It's a problem of in combinatorics. Combinatorics. So look into that word. Combinatorics is the method we are using in the conjoint analysis, proposed by Reverend Thomas Pennington Kirkman in 1850 in the Ladies and Gentlemen's Diary. It was a book. He stated this problem. The problem says 15 young ladies in a school walk out three abreast for 7 days in succession. It is required to arrange them daily so that no two shall walk twice abreast. So this is the problem he stated in his book in 1850. So the same thing you can see here. So think that these are 15 ladies. They are walking together. So A, B, C working together, then D, E, F working together, G, H, I working together, like that for 7 days. So when you look into the A next, the A walking to along with D and G. Then the next day, A working with the E and J. So think about E. Look into E. E is working with I and J in the next day. So that's unique in 7 days. That's a problem. Cookman's school girl problem, which I explained in 1850. So the combinatorics, this type of analysis starts in so early, and we are using it in our UX research, but still it's having a historical uh, path to learn. Okay, what are the advantages of conjoint analysis? Conjoint analysis estimates psychological trade-off because mainly the choice are based on the psychological or emotional attachment of the consumer. So psychological trade-off that consumers makes when evaluating several attributes together can measure preferences, uncover real or hidden drivers which may not be apparent in response. Sometimes they may not think about these features before seeing these products. So that also we can understand from these type of choices. Then mimics realistic choice or shopping. Think about when it's a shop, how you are going to display the selection of brands or selection of products. We can mimic the same thing in this test. Able to use physical product, that's another advantage. You can use online or digital products. At the same time, you can use physical products. If appropriately designed, can model interactions between choices. May be used to develop need-based segmentation. That's advanced levels and need-based segmentation. And when we apply models that recognize consumer heterogeneity of tastes. Then what are the disadvantages? Designing conjoint studies can be complex because of how many options you have, how many products you have, how many brands you have, this everything counts. So it's little bit complex. How to which one is A, which one is B, which one is C. Then you have to arrange according to unique or non-unique way. It's little bit complex to design. When facing too many products and features, product profiles, respondents often won't look into that. They will take a shortcut and take the decision. So that is one of the disadvantages. Difficult to use for product positioning research because there is no procedures for converting perceptions about actual features to perceptions. So this is very difficult to product positioning or more analysis because mainly we are talking about choice. We are not interested to go further analysis on each features and things. We can ask questions on why the person selected that, but again, it's limited because you have to complete all 35 or all 15 options or 5 options in a day according to the design. So when you ask these type of things in detail, that will be a problem. So after conjoint analysis, you'll be getting a result. Then that result will be used for depth interviews. That's the best method. Consumers are unable to articulate attitudes towards them. Sometimes consumer can't explain, but they will select. Why they select, they can't explain. I selected that. I don't know. Selected that. I don't know. But I selected that at that moment. That is one of the things normally happen to a consumer. Poorly designed studies may overrate emotionally. So the design should be perfect. Otherwise, there are a lot of bias will come in. These are the disadvantages. Okay, I will explain the conjoint analysis in a detailed way, or I will show a case study so it will get a clarity on conjoint analysis, how we can execute a conjoint analysis in the real experiment or in the UX research. connected to preferences. So these are the attributes selected for conjoint analysis for by study. So what are the attributes? We selected mileage, brand, price, model, variant, color. These are 6 attributes we selected for the conjoint analysis by study. Then it analyzed between the 10 consumers, and it gives the results like mileage, so 25%, near to 25%, then brand, again near to 25%, price, model. These are the selection of individual attributes by the consumers. Then you can talk about share of preferences. So which one they prefer among 6? Mileage, brand, price, model, variant, color. So you can see the results. This comes to the portfolios. So what are the portfolios? We are all the 6 will be arranged. We are going to show 3 at a time. It's brand, mileage, price, or model, brand, mileage, price, model. So when you look into 3 options at a time from 6, you will get 30 combinations. So if you are a statistician, you can easily calculate based on n factorial divided by r factorial into n minus r factorial. That's a formula for that. So you'll ended up in 6 combinations of 3 attributes. These 3 combinations will be shown in front of the consumer. So you had to show 6 attributes, and how many combinations we had to show? 20 combinations. So think that even though we're just 6 attributes, we will be reaching 20 combinations. This is the complexity of combinations. This is the complexity of research. The consumer has to select from 20 combinations. So, but at a time, we will be showing only 3. Then after selecting the preference, you can see the right side, what is the preference of select. This is a calculation based on algorithm. As I said earlier, we had to calculate based on linear regression. So this is a calculation based on that. So it's a graphical representation of this difference between 2 combinations. You can see the first combination, brand, mileage, preference. The 246 is the attribute number. Then you can see this, the same value is represented in graph. So the next portfolio, next, that means next combination, the next portfolio. You can see this is the same thing what I shown earlier in a graph format. So this is a continuation of that. This is continuation of that. This, so all the 20 is shown in a graph. Then how do we analyze the simple scenario? So you can say global brands, premium model, domestic brand, premium model, global brand. We are taking different conjoint share of preferences. So it's a 30.9 like that. It will be giving the share of preference from the regressions. Then utility summary, domestic brand and global brand. This is the way to analyze the output. So the softwares are available. At the same time, we can use the softwares based on linear regression and logistic regressions are available. So we can use this based on the statistical principles. Then premium model, regular model. So what's the result? The brand is more prominent. The important summary is brand is more prominent than other features. Then model is second. You can look into other features, even the mileage and everything comes later. So brand awareness or brand brand loyalty is more important than any other factors while you sell a buy. That is important summary. Even though they select after these 20 selections, we can reach these type of conclusions. This is the way the studies happen. So in the preference level, you can show these 20 combinations in front of the consumer, and consumer will select one by one. That is just selection is enough. The rest the software will do. But how to arrange that combination, that is important. And what are the applications of conjoint analysis? Other applications. These I already explained with the case study, but look into the applications, that real application, the business scenarios. The showroom displays is one of the important applications. How you are going to display the product in your showroom? Think about it. Say, apparel manufacturer or the textile based or multi boutique multi-brand shop. So you can show different displays in front. That's a mannequins you can display. So how to arrange that mannequins? This is one of the important application. Well, think about a automobile dealer. It's a car dealer. Which three models of the car to be displayed today, and how to change this display tomorrow, and how to change to the another display tomorrow. Whether you have a bias of selling, so that means we had to sell one brand or one model fast than other, you can take a bias decisions to display. At the same time, if you think that all models we have a more weightage, in that way we can arrange the equal arrangements. Or sometimes you feel that one model is having very less sales compared to other models, so you can push that sales. These are the different strategies you can make based on the conjoint analysis. So showroom display is one of the important, very important applications of conjoint analysis in the day-to-day business scenarios. So not only the UX research, you can connect the content analysis to the daily activities of a showroom. In a showroom, try different displays, ABC or ADG or AMN, the different type of portfolios you can try. And at the same time, you have to collect the data and analyze which portfolio, when you show which portfolio people inquiry is deviating or people inquiries towards a particular model. So we have to regularly analyze the situation from a show. That's one of the important applications, not only in research side. Think about the daily business decisions. Which brand to be kept near to the other brand, or which model to be kept near to the other one, near to the model 2, near to the model 3. So which one is to be changed? If you have a 15 models or 10 models, think about how you can change the model. Always you have to show 3 models at a time or 4 models at a time. Don't put all the 10 models in front of the consumer at a time. Nobody will look into that. So you can put 3 models or 4 models at a time. But which 4 models today? Which 4 models tomorrow? These things you can decide and continuously monitor this display and optimize this display. That is one of the biggest advantage in the daily showroom requirements. So that's we can say that it's a showroom displays can be rearranged according to this conjoint analysis. Next is merchandising. You can see how a consumer is selecting a product from other products already displayed. So not only in the front room or mannequins or the display, when you look into the store side where you are displaying different products, how consumer is going to select a particular product when you show all the products together. That's what you are seeing in this video. So merchandising side. So which are the two or these are 4 models? Which are the 4 models you have to display together or nearby? People won't put the same product nearby, so that's not. So you have to mix models or mix brands. So how to mix brands or mix products while you arrange the store or arrange the shelf? This is all another approach. It's almost same similar to the uh, showroom displays. The inner side of the store you can arrange. So it's a huge application for content analysis in a store. If you are managing the dealerships, if you have chain stores, also the same thing can be applied in the online. Think about the e-commerce site. You can't display all the models at a time in the screen. So you can better you display 3 or 4 models at a time in the screen and change it. So that can be uh, arranged and analyzed using conjoint analysis. And this triads, this is how you are testing your advertisements. So triads is one of the important way to analyze which A, B, or C. That's the same thing, but it's an advertisement preference and which advertisement will move fast. These advertising agencies are mainly doing using this method. Last section, what are the takeaways? The main takeaways are define objectives clearly and avoid complex decision making choices. This is one of the important things you have to keep in mind while designing content analysis. Make it realistic as possible, so near to the real consumer journeys. Then choice based conjoint analysis is better than rating or ranking based conjoint analysis because people make purchase based on choices, not based on ranking or rating, as I explained earlier. Limit choices to 15 to 15 or 12 to 15 because people want look into more options. It's very difficult, even though you are showing 3 or 4 options at a time, still you limit the choices to 12 to 15. Measure preferences at an individual level than to segments of society. So first you actually in this analysis, one of the important thing is you are analyzing it individual level. Then you can calculate based on the segment of the society. So you have to select the consumer who is going to participate in the study vigilantly or more after a clear screening or getting clarity on whether that consumer represents a cross section of the society. That way you have to select. Estimate psychological trade-offs that consumer make while purchase journeys. These are the main takeaways. So the important thing is limit the choice, select the consumer in a proper screening, then use choice-based conjoint and put it more realistic and avoid complexity. Okay, I'm done. Any questions? So you can put any questions in the comment box here. Yeah, even though the consumer take the choice, we don't know what are the attributes of that selection. We can assume that in consumer mind this is happening. How we can assume? Based on the prior steps of the consumer journey: awareness, knowledge, and liking. What way we are transferring knowledge to the consumer's mind? We can assume that based on that, preference is happening. The same way, another other brand also, your competitor brand also doing the same. So consumer having the knowledge about the competitor brands, your brands, and substitute products, whatever available around him, he's having the knowledge. Maybe the knowledge is developed based on his own studies, or there are a lot of influences will be there. Based on that, the consumer is making the choice. Still, the consumer will change the choice when you use the same portfolio, or when you show the same portfolio to the same consumer in a different time. That we have to accept, because that is the real life. The consumer is doing that. So at that time of choice, what in his mind, more than that, when we get these choices, how he select between the choice, that is important analysis. This is not an analysis on what is happening in consumer's mind. So to think that a teenager, if you select a consumer like teenager, male, having professionally qualified male teenager, when you show these four options or three options in front of him, what he will select? That is the reason the experimenter is changing the brand or product or model in front of the consumer. So when the consumer is taking the decision based on choices in front of him, that method is conjoint analysis. So the method is based on choice among the three, what he is selecting. Then again, you are showing another three sets. It includes one of the variables or one of the attributes you already shown in the previous day. So there are think about it, there are 15 attributes in the first day. The same 15 attributes are showing in the second day with different portfolios. So when they see this portfolio, what will select? When they see this portfolio, what will select? When they see this portfolio, for example, when the consumer see ABC, he will select B. And next time when you consumers show DBH, consumer select H. So B is already there. He's not selecting. That is the purpose of conjoint analysis. So every study or every analysis has its own purpose. That's the purpose of conjoint analysis. So analyze between choices. Or at the same time, you can put some distances. You can analyze. That is called max diff. What is the difference between these two portfolios? That way you can analyze. Okay, that is a little bit advanced level of conjoint analysis. Anyway, the conjoint analysis is the total way of analyzing. It can be do a unique portfolios or biased portfolios. It depends on you, but whatever you are showing in front of the consumer, he is selecting. So change the selection. That's why I'm talking about how a showroom can change its display every day, and what is the impact of inquiry of the change of that display. Okay, for behavior studies or analyzing emotion, you can apply different methods, other method, not conjoint analysis. Okay, I'm done. For more questions, you can scan this QR code and ask questions to me. If you want to talk to me independently, that is maybe one-to-one discussions, if you are looking for, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment and talk to me. Otherwise, you can add your comments in the comment box. I will answer these questions. Thank you so much. See you again. If you are fascinated with my presentation, you can share it to your Thank you for coming back. Today we are talking about product UI and UX design, how we can sync between these designs. So, and we will be talking about what's the difference between these designs and how we can synchronize these. Product UI is user interface, then UX is user experience. So, how these three things are connected in designing a product or services. I'm Thomas. This is my fourth video of this year. I hope you enjoyed the previous videos. And this also will be a knowledge sharing for you and your team. Okay. What is product design? It's a perfect merge of business, UX, and tech. So product design should contain the business strategies and which transform to the product strategies. Also, it should include UX, that is user experience, that is the voice of customer, and technology. So perfect merge of business, UX, and tech will give a good product design. So this is the way of making product and services for any company or any product. When you talk about these three factors, is the three milestones, three important factors of product design. That is business strategies, user, and technology. Whatever may be the technology, maybe you are talking about a traditional old technology, whatever it may be. So the technology matters. At the same time, user views matters and business strategies. What is the difference between product design and UX design? Product design is a business function. As I said earlier, product design is a business function. It's focusing on maximizing business values from a product or service. What is UX design? UX design actually a UI design based on user experience. That part we have to clearly understand. Actually, we can't design a user experience. That is, so many people say that I am designing user experience. That is not at all possible because user experience is happening in the mind of a user. How you can design it? You have no idea about what is the experience it creates in the user because it changes according to the situation, according to the time, according to the emotional factors, according to the cultural factors, according to the necessity. Lot of factors affecting the experience level of the user. Even though the user today says that that is good for me, tomorrow the same user for the same product he will claim that that is bad for me because it controls based on lot of external factors. So nobody can design a UX for a user. But actually what it means, UX design means a company is designing user interface based on user experience. That design is called UX design. Okay, of course, you may be asking any other way of designing UI. Yes, UI can be designed based without talking to consumer, just based on the your technology or your intuitions. Think about lot of products in ancient days is designed just based on quality and technology. No way talking about users, and there is no room for users voice. But in last 50 years, maybe specifically you can say the last 25 years, everybody will consider users opinion, or even though you design a version you will be developing based on users views, because otherwise you can't sell. So because user is ultimate person to use your product, so you have to consider user views. Without that you can't. So UX design means UI design based on UX. Okay, actually this is based on voice of user. UX is based on voice of the user. So UI designer must be patient about the user experience by talking users and get their feedback. That is one of the important thing. A UI designer who is based on UX should do. So he should, the UI designer should interact with the user. This is the main difference between product design and UX design. So you can understand these two terms. More specific, these three terms: product design. Product design is a business function, maximizing business value or transferring the values to the user. So it's a product design. UI is a user interface, which should be there in the product design. Otherwise, user can't interact. Then UX is user experience. UI design based on user experience. That's called UX design. These are the three main terms we have to keep in mind, and we should have clarity on these three things. Okay, what is product design? Product must, in simple terms, product must be valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition of product design. You can design any product or service. When I say product, that includes services also. You can design any product, maybe an automobile you are designing, maybe a FMCG product you are designing, or your service product like banking or insurance, what you are designing. It should be valuable to user. It should be usable to user. It should be feasible to user. In the perspective of user, that is important. You can claim that is valuable. Company can claim that it's usable, but these things to be measured in the perspective of user. Users should say that this is valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition given by a great management expert. I always take this explanation while doing the product design. So valuable, usable, and feasible. Actually, the product design includes UX. That is what I want to explain in this presentation. Product design is covering all these factors. When you say usable, when you say valuable and feasible, when you say usable, it includes UX. Otherwise, there is a negative feedback based on UX. So product design includes UX. That is, the first step is how you have to design a brand. I'm just giving the main three steps of designing the product, because this presentation is not for product design. This is talking about merging of UX and product designs. So create product concept. This is the first step. Second step is product design and action plans. So product design and action plan, that should be developed as a second step. Third step is seek experience from targeted audience. These are the three main steps of product design. The third step is always talking about the voice of user. So where the user experience plays a big role. Okay, these definition and steps leads to a user-centric design. Nowadays, all the companies are following user-centric design because user is the ultimate beneficiary, whatever product you are developing or whatever service you are providing. I think you can see and understand from my illustration. So product, it covers a lot of factors, lot of strategies, lot of features, and the product. From the product, how the product is interacting with the user. There's a UI is required in the product. That's user interface. Without a user interface, no product can interact with the user. So user interface should be there. That's a part of the product. I'm actually just saying that is user interface, but actually it's a part of the product. We can say that is a product features or core product. Then there's an interface to interact. Then this interface is the main platform which is interacting with the user. From that UI, user is creating user experience because the user don't know what is in the backend of the product. Actually, user is interacting to UI, user interface, which makes the user experience. So that's why UI designer is an important factor, or UI is an important factor to generate user experience. Then it comes to user's mind. That's why you can't design or you can't analyze or you can't inject anything to the user's mind because the user is getting experience according to his own way. But the major role is how your UI interact with the user. Think about any product. This is not for a digital product. Think about any product. Digital product is very easy. Think about as app. You can see there is whatever you are seeing about the app is a user interface. You don't know what technology behind it, what database it's using, or what language it's using behind that. You don't know. You don't know whether that app is written on Python or Java or any other language, or it's using MongoDB or MySQL or Oracle or whatever it may be. You have no idea, but actually user is interacting with the user interface. Whatever you are seeing in the mobile app or in the web app, it's a user interface. So what experience that user interface is creating in the mind of the user, that depends on the design of user interface. Okay. Similarly, think about a physical product. For example, a car. Car is a product. Car contains a lot of engineering technology, lot of aerodynamics, lot of electrical technology, electrical parts, mechanical parts, lot of things you can think about car while designing it. So a lot of features it's having. Some features may not be used by a user at all, but actually there are a lot of features you incorporate in the car. But how user interact with the car? Using steering, clutch, brakes, dashboards. This is a user interface of the car. Otherwise, user is not interacting directly to engine. So that's not possible. User don't know what technology is used in that engine. User is not aware about it, and user is not interested to learn about it. He's just using brake or clutch or accelerator. That is a user interface connecting to engine. Like that AC. There is a from dashboard, it's having a user interface, it's connecting to the air conditioner. Music system. Whatever the features of the product you have in car, you provide a user interface if the user wants to control it. Otherwise, you are not providing. You won't provide any user interface. There are a lot of features like that in a car. You won't provide any user interface, but it will be operates inside the product without a user interface. So actually, user is interacting only with the user interface. This user interface generates a user experience while driving the car, while using the other features inside the car, which creates a user experience in the driver's mind how this car works. That judge the quality of the car according to the perspective of the user. So this is the way these three factors affects product. Product is interacting with the user through user interface, and this interaction creates a user experience in user's mind. So in turn, company or the product has to create a good user experience in user's mind. Am I right? Otherwise, you can't sell the product or service. Whatever service or whatever product you are selling, the ultimate beneficiary is user. You have to create a good user experience in his mind, even though you can't measure or you can't experience or you can't feel the experience created inside users' mind. Only users can explain it. Sometimes they can't explain. So most of the users can't explain the O factor of the product because this is beyond their explanation sometimes. But still, you can or take that output from their emotions, their expressions, or their actions. Okay, there are different ways to measure user experience. We had to use it, but actually, UX design means designing UI based on UX. That part you have to understand, and all the design should be user centric. Whatever may be, whatever may be. What product you are think about user? Of course, they may never talk to user, that I can understand. But I still ask whether you consider user views in your design table. You can't avoid user from your design table. You may not be talking to user, but you are learning from user. But because the communicative interaction, the face-to-face interaction is one method of learning user experience. There are a lot of other methods, even just observation, third-party reports. Think about a lot of things you can use in uh, learning user experience, how user feels about the product. So just saying that I'm not talking, I'm not interested to talk to user, that is not a claim like we are not considering user. They are not interacting with the user directly in the first hand, that I can understand, but you can't avoid user from your design table. I'm not mentioning the brand names. One of the global best companies in the world, they say that they won't talk to user, but they will consider experience. They design experience centers and collect all the information from the experience center and saying that they won't talk to user. I don't know what they are talking about. Actually, the one thing I can say that they are not interacting face to face to the user. They are not believing in that method of collecting user experience. Okay, fine. But you can't avoid users from your design table. Okay, so UI designer starts based on the product design. So actually UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So product is a total business scenario or total business function which contains lot of strategies. Based on the product strategies, UI designer starts. So UI designer is looking to the user and the product designer. Here the UI designer is learning from the user and product designer and design UI. So UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So where to start? This is really interesting question. Where to start? Where, as a UI designer, from where you had to start? The first step is conceive product from the product designer, because product designer consider a lot of factors like business factors, includes financial factors, strategies, product strategies, core company strategies, company's vision, social factors, targeted customers, lot of factors they talk about while doing the product design. So product design more or less considered technology as well as business strategies. So conceive the idea, the entire product idea from the product designer. That's the first step a UI designer has to do. What technology they are planning to use and what's their capabilities, whether they can include new technologies or what the capabilities of the company, what are the strategies of the business, what are the strategies of that product, what is the strategies for the industry. So everything I had to learn from the product designer, because product designer is designed the product designer designed the product based on all these factors. Then come to the phase two, look to other brands. So you have to look outside, not only the company's strategies and product strategies, look other brands, how they solve this problem or how they place their product in this market, and competitive products. That's how you look to other brands and competitive products. So there, of course, there are a lot of competitive products or substitute products. There are a lot of products which the user is using to end user is using to solve the situation or to take the things happen. He may be using some other product, that's called substitution products or competitor products. You are not in that field, you are just developing that product. So look to the other brands and competitor products, including substitution products. Learn from these factors. Then phase three, look to social media for stories and experience. Now the social media is one of the important area or important media to learn about users, because most of the people will share their experience in social media. So you can learn from that. Maybe that is their experience, maybe explained not for your purpose, but still you can learn based on their experience, their stories, their reactions. So go through the specific groups in different social media platforms about the same product or similar product, have the same objectives, same strategies, as look to social media for stories and experiences. What the experience this product is generating in front of the user, in the minds of the user. Then phase four is analyze user needs and technology limits. This is one of the important areas the UI designer make mistakes. First, they have to learn from users. Analyze the user needs. This is one of the important factors. User interface should not design based on intuition. I know that 90% of the UI designers design the user interface based on their own intuition and their own idea. This is something like a poet is writing a poetry. This is just a hobby. But we are talking about the commercial scenario. This is not a hobby. This is a commercial aspect is there. So when a poet is making a poetry or a story writer is writing a story and a film director is directing a film, writing a story for the film, these having two different perspectives. Story writer is just writing the story for his hobby, may not have much business interest. So the man may be a reader or may not be a reader, doesn't matter for the story writer because it's a hobby, he's enjoying that. But a film storyboard maker or story writer is making it for keeping the audience in his mind. So it's having a commercial aspect. of creating a film storyboard without a user, without a uh, without an audience or without a spectator for that film. So analyze user need, one of the important factor while designing UI. This is one of the biggest mistake most of the UI designers. UI designers, I'm just designing a UI user interface and you have to follow. Nobody will follow that. It will keep in the shelf. That's all. Because the product owner or a product designer won't follow your design if you just design it from your intuitions. That's your own creations. You have to consider business factors as well as user needs. Otherwise, your UI won't give any solution to the product designer. Then technology limits. Technology limits is one of the important thing the UI designer should keep in mind, because company have lot of technology limits. Companies has technology strategies. For example, Google will use only Google platform. Facebook will use only Facebook platform. Amazon will use only Amazon platform. Maybe internally they are learning it, but actually when come to the user side, they will use only these technologies. So they also have the technology limits. According to the strategies, they are not allowed to use other strategy, others products. UI designer should understand these limits. Whatever may be the company size, it's a global company, it's the biggest company, they can take anything to their design board, but they have some strategic limits. Smaller company may have limits based on the financial factors because they can't afford most of the technologies. So they have financial factors. So what's their technology strategies, technology limits that UI designer should understand. Based on that, you design the UI. Otherwise, the UI designer will design a lot of interfaces, lot of methods, but that's not practically possible by the developers. This is one of the important factors UI designer should consider. Of course, after considering all these factors, the technology limits, user needs, and product strategies, you should add your creativity to design. Otherwise, your design won't be unique. And that creativity makes the difference in front of the user. So you have to consider all these limits, all these factors, then add creativity to design. That is actually the measure of the capabilities of UI designer. Within that limits, how you create a unique design or how you add creativity to design. So these are the important phases you have to consider. After that, you have to design UI for targeted user. Again, I'm repeating, this is not a hobby, or this is not only for your satisfaction. You are in the commercial space, design UI for targeted users. Otherwise, company won't accept, or product designer won't accept your designs. User also won't accept your design. So design UI for targeted users. That is important. I'm just designing UI. Who is going to use it? I don't know. Are you designing for kids? Are you designing for elders? Are you designing for a particular country? Or are you designing for a group of people having a particular culture? UI designers should understand this. The same thing can be designed for these different targeted users. For example, I can design a banking app for teenagers. I can design a banking app for senior citizens. So this should have different UI, because whatever you are providing to, even just a font size, you think about what you are providing, the font size and colors you are providing to a teenager may not be a good option for a senior citizen. So you have to design UI for targeted users. That is one of the important things you have to keep in mind. UI designer should keep the user, the targeted user, at the center of the design board, then design. Okay, how to do these design? You start with wireframes. Considering all these factors, the first step is develop wireframes. You can use some softwares, any softwares. You can use even just a paint you can use, or you can use some Corel Draw or some types of drawing softwares. You can use develop wireframes. That's a schematic drawing of the design. That's the first step. UI design is not complex. It's very simple. But UI designer should consider these factors. Otherwise, it is not syncing with the product design. That is only problem I experienced in last 25 years of research and design. Should consider user needs and business scenarios. Otherwise, it won't sync with the product design. So most of the UI designers write their own way, they design their own way. That is one of the biggest problem product designer is facing. So start with wireframe. Considering all these factors, start with wireframes. Then the second level is mockups. So you have to design or improve your wireframes to mockups, giving some look and feel, how this is going to happen, or the shape, size, colors. It is the mockups. Then again, you can use any software for these mockups. Then comes to UI design. So UI design is an interactive design where you can play with menus and options. It will be work like a software, but without any backend. So nothing is in the backend, but actually the interface is designed. So that's called UI design. So actually these are three steps. That's the main step. This is three main milestones of UI design. First is wireframe, second is mockup, and third is UI design. So in UI design, you can use any softwares like Figma or UiSat or Adobe XD. A lot of softwares are available. You can use any softwares. In wireframes and mockups, you can use any design softwares. And here there are in UI design, there are specific softwares designed for UI that you can use. So these are the three steps of UI design. Then how to measure UI design against user experience. That's one of the important factors any UI designer has to do. You can design a lot of things, but it should measure against user experience. How to measure that? Tell a story. Self-assessment using stories. That's a very interesting method to assess the UI design against UX. How to tell your own stories on your own design. So I'm just explaining different story themes here. You put a story theme in front of you. I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. That's just a story thing. I am filling that sentence. I, the targeted user, I am from that targeted location. How to, that is what is the purpose. So I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. So then you have to create that story based on your UI design. So how you can do, that's actually a role play. So you can use you take the role of this user and answer or create a story on behalf of the user. That's very interesting. But you have to keep in mind that you are not a designer. You are taking the role of that user and generating the story. Like that, another story theme. I, Thomas, age 40, and how to automate social media using this application. So the age is a factor. This is another story theme. Like that, you can apply the story theme by considering different ages. I am a person having 17 years. I am a person is having 35 years. I am a person is having 60 years. So how to automate social media using this? So another story theme is I'm a user. I'm an engineer. How to automate social media? So the profession comes to display. So the stories are making based on age, profession, location, and the next one is usage. I am a daily user. I'm Thomas. I will use this application every day, 2 or 3 times in a day. Think about it. I'm a heavy user. I'm using this application 2 or 3 times in a day. How to automate my social media using this application? So this is another story theme. So another story theme is what benefits I will get if I use it for. For example, I'm Thomas. What benefits I will get if I use it for my social media automation? So this is a different way of creating the story themes, and put these story themes in front of you and create stories. So what are the story themes? It's based on location. Based on benefit. So you can create a lot of other story themes also. These are the five main aspects you have to consider while telling the story or while analyzing. Because when you talk about a user, that user may be from a specific location, because location is one of the important variable or important factor in user experience. Age is an important factor of user experience. Profession, education, and profession or occupation is an important factor of user experience. And usage is a heavy user, a medium user, a light user. That's also gives different factors of user experience, because he's using a car every day for commuting, and another person is using the car, same brand of the car, only for the weekend travel. So that's one of the important variables for the user experience. Then benefits, another variable. So you have to generate stories based on these factors, and you take the role of these users. You can design any role of the users and generate stories based on these roles. That's a method I propose based on self-assessment using stories. So think about these things we are sharing based on our years of experience, not based on any theories. These are developed based on our years of experience in this field. The next method is assessment using UX research. So maybe some companies saying that they have to talk to the actual user. So it comes to UX research. So user experiences, the same method, but instead of role plays, we are talking to the real user in a particular location or particular age, or user is using with the time of heavy user or medium user, or looking for the benefits. So you find the actual user from society and interact with them. That's a UX research. The perspective in UX research, the perspective of designer and user, that matters. So actually what you are testing in the UX research, you have a UI design and user having a concept or learning or knowledge about this requirement, about his requirement. So these are different perspectives. You are providing a solution in the UI designer's point of view. User is looking to your solution in the user's needs. So what are maybe the stage, wireframe or mockup or UI design? In wireframe, you can use depth interviews or group discussions and different methods to analyze your wireframes. You can present your wireframes in front of the user and ask their opinion and their views. And after completing the wireframe, you can go to mockups, and with mockups, you can go to the same persona of the user and do it again, then finalize your mockups, then do UI design. And actually, the interactive design also, you can go to the user with the of having the same persona and test and learn from the user. So actually, what you are learning in these three stages. Some people say that after UI design, I'll go to, but it's better. What we suggest is in the each stage, in the wireframe stage or in the mockup stage and UI design stage, user interface design stage, you have to talk to user, get user experience. Or at the same time, the first step, the stories also can be developed based on these three steps. Okay. So actually, what you are learning in this stage from UX research, what is the gap between the UI design and user needs or user experience? He's visualizing based on this design because the product is not released, so you can't give the user experience to the user based on the product, but user can visualize the usage of the product and explain their experience from the visualization. So that part, the visualization journey, you have to use it using the moderator who will be conducting the research. So actually, what you are analyzing, the gap between the designer, UI design, and user needs. I'm not talking about how to analyze that gap, but actually, you are analyzing the gap. There are different methods of analyzing the gap. One method is grow news model, another method is PZB model. So there are a lot of models available to analyze that gaps. But for how to analyze the gap theoretically or the based on these theoretical and empirical models, I will do another video for that. Still, I am just saying that the gap you are analyzing between the UI design and user needs using UX research. Okay, then when you get this gap, when you feel that there is a gap, you have to redesign your user interface. The same method you adopted in the first step, you have to consider all these factors, the technology factors, user experience, and business strategies. Based on these factors, you have to redesign because now you have a different view on user experience. You have a learning about the product as you in the different phases I explained. You learned about the product. Now you have the visualized experience shared by the user through stories as well as the UX research. You have a gap between the UI design and actual user needs. So that's UX you have and the technology factors you already have. Whether these needs can be developed by the tech and business. So actually, the UI design you can consider these factors, but the product owner or product designer will consider these factors more deeply. You can design UI based on UX and submit to the product designer. So actually, you have to redesign your UI based on UX. Actually, you are in the center point. You have to consider UX and whether the consider technology limits and business strategies. That way, you can redesign your user interface. Then deliver it to the team. So delivery also important. You have to deliver to the team of developers, and you have to answer the questions from the UI developer. That is, developer means mainly a technology person who is get more clarity, or they will understand your UI design. That is another mistake UI designers make. According to my experience, UI designer will design and just deliver it. This is my UI design. You have to do. No. If you are doing that, there are a lot of factors. The product designer, business owner, and the uh, product developer will look into while developing this design, because there are a lot of technology factors going to affect, business factors you're going to affect. As I said earlier, these are the important factors that tech people and business people will look into. You are giving UI based on UX. So you are the starting point of the design after product strategies. So the product strategy is a complete business function. While the business function is set, the product strategy is set, the next step is coming to the UI designer. UI designer designs UI based on UX. Then UI designer transfer his knowledge and design to the development team. Better, you should be the part of the development team. UI designer should be the part of the development team and answer questions. So if there are some points which is not considered by you in the technical factors and business factors, still you can look into, and you can interact with the users, or from the answers given by the users, or you analyze using UX research, still you can change some factors of your some parts of your UI design based on this technology and business strategies. So it's better UI designer should be a part of the development team. That is better. Don't deliver it like an outsider. Okay, I hope I explained almost all the factors about these three design levels: the product design, UI design, and UX design. Whatever I explained is based on our 20 years of experience in market research, more specifically in UX research. We are working for global brands in these years, and we are doing this research all over the world. So what are the takeaways? The first thing is conceive product from product designer. The first step you have to do, you have to understand the product based on business function. Based on the business strategy, you have to understand that. Don't start your design without understanding the product strategy from product designer or product owner. So because they are the person who is going to develop, and they are the financial beneficiaries of your design. So they are your client. So you have to understand the product from product designer. Second step is analyze user needs and technology. So this is your area. Analyze your needs and technology limits. Especially analyze user experiences by putting the visual aids or visualization triggers, as well as experience shared in social media or different phases I already explained. Using that, you analyze user needs and technology limits. Then third is the important step every UI designer. You give the creativity, add the creativity to your design. Don't just design just based on UI users needs. Users needs is only one factor. Your product maybe consider 100% users needs, but you have to give something extra. So your UI design contains, so the entire UI design contains 100% user needs. Still, it comes to 80% of your design. The balance 20% that gives creativity, that add creativity. Because one important thing you have to keep in mind by great visionaries, and that is a fact: user can't give a solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements, but user can't suggest solution. Don't explain just the solution explained by the user to the design table, because user can't give the solution. This is one of the main conclusion I have in last 20 years of research. User can't give the solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements. Look, no, they want two major companies in the world, the visionaries. I still I can name that visionaries, Steve Jobs and Henry Ford. They said user can't solve a business problem, or user can't solve a problem in the society. User can explain the problem. They can explain the requirements. You have to solve the problem. A business should solve the user's problem. So user can just explain, and they can criticize it, but user won't give the solutions. Don't look into the solution to the user, and learn from the user about their requirements and problems. So their needs and problems, but don't transfer the user solutions suggested. Maybe most of the users are smart enough to suggest a lot of solutions, but don't transfer the same solution to the design table without applying your creativity and your knowledge to that. So add creativity to your design and knowledge to your design. Design UI for the targeted users. As I said earlier, a user-centric approach is a must. This is not a poetry. This is not a story for your enjoyment. Design UI by keeping in mind that this is a targeted user who's going to use your UI. Maybe an illiterate woman from a village is going to use your application. So targeted users is important. In each stage, it's a wireframe, then mockup and UI design. These are three steps I already explained. So this is not a very complex thing. Just do the wireframe and mockup. And most of the people ask me, what is UI design? What is UX? Actually, everybody can do the UI and UI design and UI based on UX. If you have some visualizing capabilities, that is required. So you have some visualizing capabilities, you dream it, you visualize it, then you can view the design. But you have to consider users factors. That's a targeted users needs, business factors, and technology limits. This is the area the UI designer the business strategies companies having. These three factors the UI designer should consider in mind, then design it. You will be a perfect designer by keeping the targeted user in mind. So wireframes, mockups, and UI design. These are very simple steps. Softwares are very simple. Then the next stage is measure your. Most of the UI designers say, my design is unique, my design is great, nothing to measure. No, don't take that stand. You have to measure. You have to measure. Also, the product owner or product designer has to measure the UI design. The company has to measure. How to measure? You can do your self-assessment and UX research. These are the two methods. You can design a lot of methods. You have a lot of methodologies in UI, UX design. UX research. There are a lot of methodologies you can apply. Also, there are self-assessment methods. They can internal assessment, external assessments, whatever you apply according to your financial capabilities and your project design. You can do different type of method, but you should measure the design against the targeted users' needs. Otherwise, the business owner or product owner will be in trouble, because after the design, after releasing the product, it may not be matching with the user needs. And technology is before that is also, before releasing that also, your design may not be matching with the technology available with the company. So these are the problems. So you have to do the self-assessment as well as UX research. Then incorporate changes and deliver UI design to the product designer. So why learn from the user, design the UI based on user experience, measure your design, and make the changes if there is a gap, then submit to the product designer. This is the task of a UI designer. So I'm talking about all these steps based on UX. That is, UI designers should talk to users and get their experience. So UI designer should be based on user experience. And UI designers should start from wireframes, then mockups and UI design, and test the UI design and analyze the gap and redesign if there is a gap, then submit to product designer. These are the main takeaways. Okay, do you have any questions? I hope I explained it very clearly, very each steps I explained. So do you have any questions? You can put it in the comments, or later on, so you can put in the comments. I will answer all your questions. What are the qualities of UI designer, or how to measure? Oh, really good. So, how to measure a UI designer? There's a HR activity actually, but you have to keep in mind whether the person is having a creativity that sells, because you are doing the UI design for a business function, and business function means it's a commercial space. It should sell. That means it's valuable, usable, and feasible. So usable, it's, you can very easily assess. Feasible is a financial aspect. That also is valuable, means that value generates from the creativity side of the UI designer. That's what I notice in my experience. That value creates in the user's mind is directly connected to the creativity of your user interface. User maybe imagine something, okay, then user feels that okay, that is available there. Tomorrow also, not only he may not be notice it today, but tomorrow after some time, he notice, okay, that feature is available there. So that way you have to create the values. Value should be generated in user. So creativity is a one factor you have to assess when you talk to a UI designer. Second is patience to understand the technology needs, business needs, and user needs. I'm not engaging a user UI designer to do a UI as a hobby. Because so many times I am saying this word because most of the UI designers making this mistake, they feel that they will just design from their own ideas and others has to follow. I talk to when a UI designer submit a design, I will ask specific questions. Who is going to use this design? What way they will go use this design? Why they have to use this product? Where they are going to use this product and when they are going to use this product. Immediately the UI designer get irritated. You have to use my design. That this design is great. No, because we are developing a business or developing a commercial product based on your design. You are supposed to answer. You are forced to answer, or you are liable to answer these questions. So UI designer, be patient to answer business questions, and your UI design should synchronize with technology and business strategies of the company, along with user experience, especially when the user experience is more clear when you go for the second version. Because the first version, the product is not in the market, that creates a what we call creates a visual space and visual triggers. There are creates a triggers and visual space to explain the experience by the user. But think about the version 2. The product is already there in the market. The user can easily explain their experience. Even though you haven't done the basic testing in the first version of your product, that's a very risky factor. Still release your first version, then get the experience very fast, and immediately you have to release a second version. That method most of the people will adopt, but it's a little bit risky. But when the first design it's completely failure, you have to completely redesign the product. But at that time, it will be affect your brand loyalty and brand value. That's one of the problem. So better you release the product without the brand, without the brand name. So that's masking the brand name. Then release the product. Then get the experience. That method also you can use for testing. That mask method of product testing, white label testing, because that makes brand safe. Otherwise, if there's a big failure in your product, immediately user will look into that product. Who designed that product? From which company is coming? They won't look into the UI designer. They will look into the brand name. Which company is releasing that product? So sometimes it may be an ultimate failure. Then it will affect your brand value. So white label your brand and test your first version. That don't expect income from the first version. That is just for testing. Your first version itself is a beta version. So you can just put it in front of the targeted user and test it, then immediately release the version 2. The version 2 is your commercial product that way. So why it is happening? Because the UI designer is not learning properly from from the targeted user. So that way you can move forward. So UI designer should learn from user experience, technology limits, and business strategy. So he should have patience. So creativity and patience to hear their client or the stakeholders. That is one of the drawbacks I notice with a lot of UI designers. They are just design it and submit the design, even though they are not interested to interact with the development team. I know the design, I designed it, you can use. So how some methods the UI designer propose can't be achieved by the technology. So if you design a flying car now, only few companies which is having that technical capabilities can achieve that level. Otherwise, how a small company can think about flying cars? So that type of designs, it's a waste of time. So look into these aspects of these character specific aspects of the UI designer. The UI designer should be patient to learn the product from the user needs, product designer, and technology limits. Then should have creativity. These are the two important aspects. Qualification side is better go for arts based people, not the engineering based people, because engineers more into the analytical capabilities. It's very difficult for them to create something, because when an engineer creates something, the factors I notice is when a design created by an engineer, it will be having a symmetry, it will be having a pattern, because engineer's mind is always analytical mind and mathematical mind. Engineers creativity is based on technology, but UI designers creativity is based on user needs, so emotional factors, experience factors, mind associations, psychological factors. These are the factors the UI designer should consider while doing the creativity side. Otherwise, when an engineer designs this, it's always like look a symmetric design, technically perfect. That's I can I am accepting that. That's a technically great, but the experience which is generate in front of the user, maybe what I can say, that is more or less designed. It's not having much emotional touch. So UI designer is better not to have the science-based background. It's better to have arts-based background. That is better. They should have creativity and they should have artistic capabilities and arts-based qualifications. Okay, you can ask more questions in the comments. I will answer later. Thank you for watching my presentation. And think about, we talk all these matters based on innovation journey. Ideation, concept, look and feel, prototyping, minimum viable product evaluation, then feedback. So during the ideation or concept, look and feel. So look and feel is the main steps where the UI designer starts. Ideation and concept is mainly for the product owner, product designer. Then starting with the look and feel, the wireframes, mockups, and UI design. That gives a look and feel of the product which is going to develop in the innovation journey. UI designer collect the user experience and incorporate that experience in his design and make the look and feel perfect. Then transfer to the development team for developing the prototype. So the look and feel starts from the concept, then wireframes, then mockups, then UI design. So UI design is the input for the prototyping. Okay, that's the stage you have to apply UI design. Thank you for your time again. If you like my presentation, you can share to your team and you can refer it anytime. Especially my presentation is around 1 hour long, so you can put it in split and hear it because sometimes you may not have time to hear 1 hour, but Hello, welcome to my presentation. Today we are talking about how to listen to users. More specifically, if I am a UI designer, how to listen to my users. That is, the user is going to use the product on which I design the interface. So, how to listen to users? That's very simple question in front of us. You can hear from me today about listening users and why we should listen to users and whom to listen, then when we have to listen, where we have to listen, and what we have to listen. As a UI designer, why I should listen to users, whom to listen, when I should listen, and where and what. So this is very simple model I am following. It's called 5Ws. The model is called 5Ws. So it very easily we can analyze or we can interpret the context. I'm Thomas. I talk about innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing ideas, sketching concept, designing look and feel, rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. These are the main stages of innovation journey. You can hear from me how a UI designer and how a UX research to be conducted, uh, how a UI designer to work on each stages. Today specifically, I'm talking about the listening. I'll talk about listening, design, development, deployment, and measure. Today we talk about listening. I hope you will be enjoying my presentation. I expect your likes or comments and share to your group and send to your friends. That's up to you, but you are free to do that. What is innovation journey? As I said earlier, innovation journey have 6 steps. Empathizing idea. So ideas to be conceived from users. The empathizing idea, sketching concept, then develop that idea into a concept. Then concept will be moved to look and feel stage. Then the look and feel will be develop to the prototype, then prototype develop to minimum viable product, then launch the product and market. These are the important stages or milestones of innovation journey. How, as a UI designer, it is connecting to you, or how a innovation journey is syncing with UI design steps. So, empathizing idea, of course, it's an ideation of a UI designer. Ideation step. As a UI designer, you have to make up your idea, and it's called ideation process. You may be thinking about different ideas and something to be rejected, something to be modified, then final come to a final idea. Then wireframing. So sketching concept is as same as wireframing. So you can wireframe your idea, that your concept, what you have in your mind, and you can develop it as a skeleton form. Then this wireframe is developed towards mock-up. That is more look and feel. The colors, shapes, everything will be finalized. So it's called mock-up stage. Then from mock-up, we can, as a UI designer, you can develop UI designs, the interactive designs you can develop. That's a prototype stage. Then prototype is slowly developed towards minimum viable products. That means the front-end designer also, or some programming aspects you can do to UI design stage. Then the front-end developer will develop, or the back-end developer will support the front-end developer. Then the product is launched. After launching the product, UI designer can do a real-time UX research. That is from market. It is already launched to the market and can take feedback from the users about their experience. So this is a perfect syncing of stages of UI design with the innovation journey. So ideation process, wireframing, mock-up, UI design prototype, then UI design as a MVP, then real-time UX. Okay, as I said here, the first question starts. Why UI designers listen to users? According to my experience, most of the UI designers starts from intuition. They have an idea in a fine morning and they start designing. Or they understand the product from the product owner, then they got an idea, they start designing. This is the step most of the UI designer starts with. I'm not finding fault with that step, but this is a human habit. We have a lot of ideas. Being a designer, I know that you have a lot of ideas. You are a creative person, so you have a lot of ideas. Of course, you are you will be starting with your own idea. But that idea is just your intuition, your opinion, or your view on the product, how it should. But as a human habit, all humans feel that their idea is great. This is a problem you have to tackle. Everyone feels that their idea is great. In fact, the idea is great only for that person who is proposing that idea. For others, it's not a great idea. May or may not be. Mostly, it won't be a great idea because that person also have an idea on that product or on that context. So your idea is great only for you, not for others. You have to understand, as a UI designer, you have to understand that situation. So don't say that your idea is a great idea. And in a commercial perspective, an idea is a great idea only after success. Because as Thomas Alva Edison said, I invented 10,000 inventions without no use. He feels that these are great ideas. That's the reason the great visionary and scientist invented a lot of things. But nobody is using it. So we can't consider it as a great idea. The community won't consider it as a great idea. So Edison said that that's a failure. So 10,000 failed ideas, then you may be reaching a successful idea. So don't think that your idea is great. That's one of the wrong perceptions the UI designers have. And don't argue that your idea is great. So you have idea, that's good. What we had to do as a UI designer, what a UI designer has to do with an idea. Because when a UI designer understands the product, there are a lot of ideas come to the UI designer's mind, and they will start with one idea or they conclude to one idea. But still don't think that that's a great idea. What we have to do as a UI designer, talk to users with the idea before design stage. Talk to users with your idea and reach consensus of ideas. Take the ideas from users. Take their views on your idea from users. take the extension of your ideas from users, then take different viewpoints on your idea. Maybe you can present multiple ideas to users and compare, rank your ideas and compare and finalize, or you can take add-ons to your ideas, then reach a consensus of ideas, then finalize your idea. Then you can lead this exercise, but don't dominate on this exercise. So all people have their own ideas. So present your idea and listen to the users and reach consensus. That is the reason why UI designer listen to users. It may be in any stage, the ideation stage or wireframing stage, mock-up stage, prototype stage, or MVP stage, or the testing stage. You have to talk to users and take their ideas to that stage and conclude. That is very important. So that's the reason I am saying that don't feel that your idea is great. The company has to implement your idea. Don't take this type of wrong stand in designing. Then the next question comes: whom should UI designer listen to? Okay, you already decided to listen to users with your ideas or with your design, but whom to listen? I have a practical thought on this. You can divide the listeners to two groups. One is the internal circle, another is external circles. What is internal circles? Internal circles you can form inside the company or inside the organization. That may be the production department or costing department or compliance or other departments in the company. So R&D people or different people you can talk to. So you can prepare, you can formulate these type of circles inside the organization. Other categories, external circles. External circles you can divide into two categories mainly. Users means the group of people who is not using the product. Maybe you are developing a banking app. There are a lot of users. They may not use banking app. They are maybe following their own way, or they need not require that. So that's called non-users. Then they say I need not require that app. So that's non-users. So talk to them and get their views why they need not require. Okay. The other category is users. Users again we can subdivide into competitors users, your own consumers, then substitution users. Competitors users means the other brands already in the market who is using the other brand. Talk to them. The users who is using the competitor brands, talk to them. Customers the customers of the of our company or your own company. Maybe if you are doing the UI design for the first version, you may not have customers. Still, you can talk about customers of the other products of your company, or you can avoid that group. But actually, it's better go to the customers who is using other products from your company because you can talk about their views and their brand loyalty, lot of things. Then substitution users. Who are substitution users? Substitution users are the users who is using some method to reach the same objective. He may not be using competitors' products or your own products. Your own products means for on same objective. If you are you're designing for the version 2, you already have customers and competitors customers, but the users not using both products, but they have their own way to reach the same objective. For example, in a banking situation, He may not be using banking app, but he's engaging his sibling or his parents or his kids to do the transaction in that app. So that is called a substitutional uses because he needs or he use it. Actually, he's using it in a different way. Your product is not used by you, or your competitor's products is not used by that person. Still, he is reaching the objective in some other methods. That is called substitution uses. The objective is met by some other methods. Non-users means they're not at all using that. This is the difference between non-users and substitution users. So you can develop these type of circles, define these type of circles, and you can form these type of circles inside the organization and outside the organizations. Then segment these groups, the members in that group, to different segments. How you can do the segmentation? The scientific methods of segmentation we can apply, that is demographic segmentation. Demographic segmentation is based on LSM, the living standard measurement, or SEC is social economic classification. So in demographic segmentation, we mainly talk about income, age, occupation, and education. Divide the group into these segments. Then geographic segments, which country the users belongs to, or city or region. And third is psychographic segmentation. It depends on this lifestyle, that is traditional lifestyle or modern lifestyle. Then attitude. Attitude is one of the important things. You can, of course, you can follow adoption curves. There is innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. Segment the users to these categories. What are the categories? Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards. Innovators is the people who grab the new product immediately to try. Let's go innovators. Early adopters, they will use the product. They need the product in the first phase. The adopters, early adopters, then early majority. After the adopters, they will use over when after they feel that the product is successful in the community, they will start using it. Early majority, then late majority, they will be using in the downside, or they will be using when the product gets saturated. After saturation in the market, they will use the late majority. Then laggards, they always find the fault with your product, that they won't use the product. They will wait for the next version to come. So that's the attitude of different people. So you have to find the attitude of the people by using screening methods, then group these people into psychographic segmentation. Then behavioral. Behavioral segmentation talk about benefits and occasions. Benefits is maybe user is thinking about what is the benefit of this product. Is it value for money, or is giving any contribution to my day-to-day life schedule? So these are the benefits the user is looking for. Then occasions, maybe office, home, leisure, or different occasion. This is a behavior of the people who is using. Behavior of the people who is using in the community, that you have to divide the users into these categories. Then usage. That is mainly talk about usage rates, the heavy user, medium user, light user. Then awareness, the product awareness or brand awareness. So these are the segmentation. Why I am explaining all these five segmentations? If you apply these five segments, segmentation. We call it as 360-degree segmentation. That is, you covered all the aspect of the society, and you can divide the groups into these 360-degree segmentations. So that means when you talk to a user, that user represent from the cross section of these segmentations. So when you select users from all cross sections, it will be a complete view from the community. Still, you may be thinking about my product is not for the entire society. That's correct. No company in the world can develop a product for the entire community. Look into any product or any level of company, maybe Google or Apple or Facebook. Still, that is not common. That is not a common product for the entire community. Look into the more generalized product. Maybe you can say phone is common to all. That maybe. I'm not saying maybe because there are only 90, maximum 90% people can use phone. There are a lot of category of people, they are not using the phone, they need not require phone. That's okay. Still, phone is such a common product. Still, look into the brand. They can't develop phone for the entire phone users, a particular category of people. When you take the particular category of people, it comes to the demographic or geographic or psychographic or behavioral or usage based. So find your users or define your users to whom you are, as a UI designer, for whom you are designing this. You should have a clarity on your mind. This UI is going for a illiterate person from a developing country, or this is going to a educated person in a developing country, or think that my product is a very regional product, or still your product is limited to only one city, still you can divide the city into the north, south, east, west, and center. So then in that way you can divide, then apply the demographic segmentation. After applying demographic and geographic segmentation, apply psychographic and behavior and usage segmentation. Without segmentation, it's not advisable to meet people. You may say that I can just go to a casual way of talking to person in a street or in a public place and talk. Okay, that is allowed. But while discussing like that, you have to collect the information about these factors and for the analysis purpose, categorize that person to a segment. Because when you go to street, you may be talking to a kid, you may be talking to a elder, you may be talking to a male, you may be talking to a female, or you may be talking to a highly educated, less educated person. So while discussing, you have to categorize because these factors counts the opinion and the decision process of the user, their viewpoints. So if that opinion or the idea is coming from the targeted users you have or targeted users you define, that is very valuable opinion because you are going to meet them after releasing the product. So the targeted users, maybe if you are talking about version 2, the existing users and competitor users, that's called targeted users. And non-users, still it's a targeted users. Substitution, still it's a targeted user. But which category or which segment of the society you design the UI, that means the product designer already designed for that particular category. The product is designed for that particular category. So your design, UI design also synchronize with that category of people from that society. Do not need not generalize. No product can generalize into that level. Look into the big companies, even though they have the same brand, still they are changing the UI for continents or country wise. Maybe the technology is same, still they are changing the UI for regions. So don't think that anybody can contribute to my UI design, I will follow. No, you need not follow like that. You have a specific objective for the product, that this product is going to meet the requirement of this category of people. Then talk to them. Okay, the next question is, when should UI designers listen? Okay, as a UI designer, I can listen anytime. Okay, any time is okay, but in what stage of UI designs you have to listen? Of course, as I said, explain, these are the main stages of UI design process. Each stage you have to listen to users. The ideations process. You have to listen to your users, the segmented or targeted users. After segmentation, you define the segmentation, then find the people, or find the people and categorize them to a particular segment. The ideation stage, you have to talk to that targeted users and compare with ideas and finalize. Then you develop the wireframe. Before concluding the wireframe, you have to talk to the internal users, internal circles, then external circles, then complete the wireframe, then develop to mockup, do the same process, talk to external and internal users, complete the mockup, then develop to prototype design, user interface design as a prototype, talk to people. Then MVP, when the UI is developed to the MVP stage, minimum viable product stage, talk to users, then complete the design and launch the product. After launching, again you have to talk to the users to get the real-time user experience. So based on the real-time user experience, you can develop next versions. So every stage, ideation, wireframing, mock-ups, prototyping, MVP, and real product. Every stage you have to talk to users. How many times you have to talk to your users according to your satisfaction? Maybe one sitting or multiple sittings or multiple phases you have to talk to users. Maybe in the mock-up you talk to users and get some clarity on changes you have to make, then change the mock-up. Again you can go to the users and check whether your change is correct. Again you'll get some more clarity, then come back and do. So this process is going up to the saturation level. What we feel is, if it's a mobile app, it will take around 15 sittings, 15 stages to complete prototype. Maybe the ideation you can complete in 2 or 3 stages, and wireframing 1 or 2 stages, mockups and prototyping it will take around 15. Prototype to MVP or mockup to prototype and MVP, it will take around 15 sittings. Maybe every week you can do this type of sittings with users, these type of discussions with users. But if you are developing UI for a physical product, every week it's not possible, because you get a lot of ideas from your users, but the technical team needs some time to implement that ideas or that changes, maybe once in a month or once in a quarter. Because if we are designing a UI for automobile, maybe once in 3 months, you can talk to the targeted users and finalize your design, because that design needs, the development of that design needs a longer phase when compared to the digital products. So it depends on the product and your objectives. But in any product, it's a physical product or digital product, these stages are same: ideation, wireframing, mock-ups, prototyping, MVP, and UX. These are the milestones. So finalize these milestone or cross this milestone with targeted users. Then the next question comes, where should UI designers listen to users? What we suggest, you have to talk to users in their environment. They may have multiple environments, but experience their environment, because that is the environment where your product is going to use, or the user is going to use your product in that environment. The home environment, think about your mobile app. That's how it is using in a home environment by the targeted users. Think about automobile also. How they are parking their car, how they are cleaning the car, or how they are interacting with the car while it is in their home. So that way you had to. So yeah, from that environment you had to talk. The other environment is street. Think about in a casual ways you can talk to them. So that's also an environment, because think about a mobile or an automobile. Street is a good environment to talk to. So there are a lot of restrictions the users have while they are in street. Then the third is workplace. Anyway, maybe a person is parking their car in the office, or think about agriculture person is working in a cultivation field. So workplace is one of the important environment we have to interact with users. Then lab, invite them to your lab. You can discuss about your designs or a prototype or minimum viable product. The main environments are home, street, workplace, and lab. Try to collect users' opinions and ideas from these environments. Okay, what should UI designers listen? The next question is, what should UI designers listen? So I can listen everything. Okay, of course. You have to listen everything from users, but you should have, as a UI designer, you should have specific objectives in your mind. If the user is diverting or user is not filling to that objectives, you can prompt. So what should UI designers listen? The first thing is quick responses. When you show your ideas, when you present your ideas, what's your quick response? When you show your wireframe model, what's your quick response? Like that, when you show the mockups, when you show the prototype, when you show the minimum viable product, what's your quick response? That's immediate response from their mind. You have to collect that. Second stage is, from that immediate responses, develop. User has to develop, not UI. User has to come to stories. Stories means their experience. Maybe using in their other products, maybe using the reaching the same objectives, their experiences that come up like a stories. So quick responses, then users has to present their stories. UI designer has to listen stories. So they had different stories to say. I already done a presentation on different type of stories and how to analyze the stories. You can refer it my previous presentations on. So the positive thoughts from stories, users will conclude the positive side of the experience and the negative sides of the experience. So the stories will be developing in the positive thoughts and negative thoughts from the user's perspective. UI designer has to listen that. Then comes to ideas. Users comes with a lot of ideas. So if I had to do this, I'll be doing this. If I do this, it will be in that way. So that is better to do that way. So like that, users have a lot of ideas. Here their ideas. Then look to the walkthroughs, how the user is going to do it in real life. They have a lot of ideas, but whether they will use it, whether they will execute it, they will do it. If you come with that idea, whether they will use it, go through the walkthroughs, the stage by stage of execution, or you can present the ideas as stage by stage, their own ideas in stage by stage in that discussion itself, and how they will interact with their own ideas. If the product come with their own ideas, they will say that marvelous and all, but don't limit to that level. So how they will do it step by step, whether they will use it, still the people won't follow their they won't use the product if, even though that the product is having the product designed with their own ideas, still they may not using. But while using the product, they will be finding a lot of other faults, other problems, that they may not be meeting the requirements, or may not be comfortable, or the ideas is marvelous always, but when we execute, there are a lot of problems comes in. So the walkthroughs also a must. So what should UI designers listen to users? To responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. So it will come to a complete listening process from the users. Then you collect almost all the required information from users, then analyze. I am not explaining deep into analysis because this is for listening. This presentation is for listening. But I will insist you to start with SWOT analysis. That is strength, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of your UI design. You already designed, maybe in the design stage or in the version 2 as a real UX stage, you have a UI design, wireframes or mockups or prototypes, whatever it may be. Find the strength, strong points, find the opportunities. That is how you can extend your design to a one more aspect the user needs. Maybe you users will talking about, if I need this, that will be great. Maybe that is an important contribution to your idea, your UI. So use that opportunities. And what are the negative sides, the threats, how to overcome that threats, and according to users' mind, what are the weaknesses. So you analyze all these segments. Based on these segments, you analyze these factors and conclude. Then what you have to do next? Every stage you have to do this process, then redesign. In any stage, you can go to this analysis. You have to do this analysis. All stages you have to talk to these people, or in one stage itself, in multiple phases, you have to talk to users as a UI designer. Then analyze their viewpoints, implement in your UI design. In the designing stage, you can implement it. What are the implement conditions? You are already go to my previous videos, and you will get what are the points you have to check while implementing users' ideas to your design. Don't just transfer the user ideas to your design. That's not possible because different segment of people come with the different ideas. You can't add all the ideas to your product. That's not possible. So conclude their ideas, then implement, or you redesign for the version 2. This is the way you have to conclude the analysis and use the analysis. Okay, what are the takeaways? We can conclude to listen to users to reach the consensus of ideas. Listen to targeted users. Listen to different segments of users. Listen to users in all stages of designing. Listen in different environments of users. Listen to quick responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. This is the objective of listening. So any stage of your design process, you can listen to users. So these are the takeaways. I hope it is very clear to you. I need not explain it again. It's very clear what clear on what is the purpose and what you get while listening to users. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. As I said earlier, you can share to your team. Questions?
Open your eyes. Pay attention, please. We have enough with 10 reasons to convince you. 10 reasons to bring you to Barcelona. The countdown begins. 10. Barcelona is unique. A modern and inclusive city. A diverse and dynamic economy. A metropolitan region open to the Mediterranean. 9. A city with a project. The Barcelona Green Deal. An ambitious agenda that sets new social, economic and urban horizons. 8. A European gateway to the world, with an international airport, a port, a trade fair, and a free trade and logistical activities platform within a 5 kilometers radius. 7. A competitive and diversified economic engine, a region at the forefront of the digital revolution. 6. A magnet for startups and scale-ups, host of outstanding world events, a technological capital that acts as a bridge between startups and large corporations. 5. A pole that creates and attracts talent, with a powerful network of public universities, research centers, and the best business schools in Europe. 4. A city that inspires, that facilitates the best conditions for creative minds in the creative industries, in culture, in technology, in sport, and in business. 3. A solid and mature research ecosystem, consolidated as one of the scientific capitals of Europe. 2. A mixed and compact urban model. A vibrant, sustainable and cohesive city with quality public spaces. 1. A city for a lifetime project. The place to combine professional and personal growth every day under the Mediterranean sun. And now, yes, welcome to the city of your life. A city with a global ambition and a human scale. Let us be your best ally in Barcelona.
Visit AWS Village in the upper walkway of the Fira South entrance. Interact with AWS experts, explore demos, and discover partner solutions. See you there.
The world's largest and most influential connectivity event is back. But before you take part, find out more about our entry requirements. We call it Check-in to Get In. It's mandatory for everyone and helps us maintain a safe environment. There's no physical registration this year, so the first step is to register online. Simply upload your ID and take a selfie. Looking good. Next, automatically validate it with Breeze, our fast-track online facial recognition technology. Breeze also gives you touchless access to the venue. Or you can opt for the standard ID check, which is done manually. Now you can download the MWC 2022 app. You need this at all times. Make sure you upload your health certificate to the online registration system or the MWC 2022 app before you travel. This can be proof of vaccination, a valid certificate of recovery, or a negative test that's valid for the day of test plus up to 2 additional days, either a PCR or rapid antigen test. The app is also your digital badge for touchless entry to the venue and lets you access great features from scheduling to networking. And don't forget, each day you'll need to complete a health declaration on the app, which activates your digital badge for that day. Perfect. Now you're done with registration. Here are a few tips. Use hand sanitizers frequently. Wear a FFP2 mask without valve and bearing the CE mark at all times. And keep your distance. And remember, if you do need a test, our medical partner, Qualitative Prevention, can help you find a convenient location. Now you're ready for business. Whether you're flying into sunny Barcelona or joining us virtually, we can't wait to welcome you back to MWC 2022, the place where business gets done safely.
We are Conjoint. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by healthy digital systems alive with opportunity, oxygen to innovation, and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
Hi, welcome to my presentation for this week. Today I am talking about being a UI designer, how to convert UX findings to UI design. So last week we talked about how to listen to users, and this week we are talking about how to convert UX findings after listening the users to UI design. So converting UX findings to UI design. I'm just briefing what we had last week. UX findings. We started with 5 Ws, that why we had to hear users, whom to listen, when we had to listen, where we had to listen, and what we have to listen. These are the basic questions we discussed last week. Then we concluded to SWOT analysis, that the strength, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of the information we gathered from users. So these are the findings we had after listening. Today, we are talking about how to plan a UX design, a UI design project from UX findings. So how to plan? Before designing means before you execute the design in colors and shapes, how to plan to start the UI design. So that's a bridge between UX findings and UI design. Most of the UI designers are not following these steps because they start design without analyzing much on UX findings. But today we are talking about how to plan. All my presentations are based on innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing idea, sketching concept, then moving to designing look and feel, then rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. UI design come into force in designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. This is a total innovation journey of a product. That means normally the company with the product owner or the product development team will follow this innovation journey. UI is a part of product design. So user interface design comes with designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. These are the major areas we are talking about UI design. Inside that, you can talk about idea, concept, and everything, but in a total product journey, product innovation journey, UI design is talking about designing look and feel and rapid prototyping of the product. So this is a total innovation journey. I will always advocate open innovation journeys. In UI and UX design, so the steps you can hear from me is listening, designing, developing, deploying, and measuring. Today we are talking about plan the designs. If you want to talk to me one-to-one, or you want to talk to me as a separate meeting, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. Of course, you are permitted to share this presentation to your team and refer it for future use. Okay, coming back to our topic. The first step you have to do is defining targeted personas. So you have a lot of information you collected about the users. As we discussed, there is segmentation and how to target. subject users based on segmentations. These segmentation information you are defining and collecting before talking to the person. Also, after talking to the person, you are reconfirming the segmentation. Then, based on that, define the targeted personas. This is very simple. Who is going to use your product? How you can define that person? Define the user. On what basis you have to define? As I said earlier, you have the basic target, that's the demographic profiles, geographic profiles, psychographic profiles, behavioral, and usage. These are the basic 5 segmentation methods. Based on that, you define or categorize the users. Then we have to define personas. How we can define personas? Think about, take one person, maybe a male or female according to your definition. Think that these are the examples of personas. 25 to 30 years of age, from Singapore, is an innovator, he is using the product, value for money, and medium user. That's one profile you are targeting, who will become the user of your product. Then 30 to 35 years, Delhi, early adopters, using it for status symbol, and heavy user. Then 35, 40 years, Singapore, early majority, value for money. Like that, as an example, I defined 6 personas who is going to use this product. After UX findings and based on the segmentation, you can define, these are the definition of people or definition of users is going to use this called the persona. Persona is a marketing term. You can say another word called regression model. If you're a statistician, you'll be using regression models. But so otherwise, you can use it as a social representation or society representation, or whatever it may be. We can call it as persona. That's a good marketing term. So we can define one persona, that is, you are defining the product for the entire community. There is only one persona. So any person at any age, in any category, or any geographic region can use this product. But it's very difficult to design that type of product. It's not advisable. It's not possible. Nobody will, it won't market like that. So it will be automatically categorized towards one category of 1 or 2 categories of social segmentations. Better define these segmentation while the design stage itself. So define the personas. And how many personas you have to define? It's better to have 6 to 10, not more than that. If it's more than 10, it will be very complex. It's very hard to differentiate between personas. So it's better 6 to 10. That is better for the easiness of an analysis and design. Okay, so you should have a clarity on where this product is targeted and whom this product is targeted. Then define. If you are targeting your product only to one city, still you can define the personas based on demographies and attitudes. A lot of things are there. After defining the personas, what you had to do? Do UX analysis for each persona, because you had a lot of information and you got UX findings after talking to different users. Do UX analysis. You can analyze the findings. Maybe you can use the same SWOT analysis, or if you are more interested or you need more information, you can do statistical analysis. But do this analysis for each persona you define. You maybe define 6 personas or 3 personas, but you have to do the analysis and rank it based on each persona. You can do the SWOT analysis with ranking. I always advocate graphical tools for this type of analysis. I am savvy with all these graphical tools, but some people are not interested in graphical tools. They can use the tables and information. That's okay. But according to me, the graphical tools are more precise and more clear to the information and findings. That's why I use graphical rules, because when you play something at this point, it's very clear that it's between two scales. So it need not explain. So when you write some sentence, so again the reader has to apply his mind and conclude. But in the graphical tools, it's very easy. That's why you always use graphical tools. We are using a lot of tools like that. This is called idea compass. You can do the analysis based on sort analysis with ranking and user perspectives. Okay. Do these type of tools or use your own tools and do UX analysis for each persona. Then finalize the UX analysis with product designer. That's one of the important steps the UI designer has to follow, because as I said earlier, UI design is a part of product design. So product designer is having a deep knowledge about the product, about the target, about the objective of the product. So at all the stages or each milestone is better to discuss with product designer and finalize. Analysis of the product. So how to design a product is a little bit different from how to design a UI, because UI is just a part of the product. Okay, so finalize these UX analysis you have done for each persona with product designer. That's one of the important steps you have to follow as a UI designer. While analysis, of course, you have to avoid these two conditions, two views of the analysis, or two biases. One of the important bias you will fall into is IKEA effect. What it is? IKEA effect is very simple. We always feel that our creation is great. We love it more if we made it. And we argue with that. Okay, what I designed is better. Why should we conduct UX research? I already designed it. That was better. This approach is called IKEA effect. This is named after the great company called IKEA, because they developed the product within a knockdown form. You have to purchase the components and assemble it. And actually, you are paying for that assembling, your creativity to that company. At the same time, you are enjoying the creativity and you feel that you made it. So you love the product. That bias is called IKEA effect. Most of the analysts and designers have these bias. Always they will say that whatever I designed is great. Even though people find the mistakes, even though people point out the mistakes, still they argue that whatever I do is great. That is called IKEA effect. Another one is confirmation bias. So when you start with IKEA effect, always the confirmation bias will come in, because people will argue against it. Others, the viewers will argue against it. What the UI designer will do, he will conveniently take some information from the total data to support your argument. This bias is called confirmation bias. So there's a total data. So you can pick some part of the data or a view of one user and highlight it and say that users are saying this. Look into this. Users are saying this. This is the great design. So that is the highlighting or reconfirming or projecting a particular data with a particular objective, that is called confirmation bias. So normally the people with the IKEA bias, they will look for data to support their IKEA bias, IKEA effect. This is called confirmation bias. Human opinion is always biased. It's not neutral. If you argue, say that I am a neutral person, no, I won't believe it. That is not possible. You have your own opinion, I have my own opinion. All human findings are biased. So look into these two bias, that's IKEA effect and confirmation bias. You always keep in mind that this bias is there in your findings. When you argue with other person, this bias is there. I feel that whatever I developed is great. And look into this data. There are a lot of people are saying that. Maybe 25% people are saying that, maybe 25% people are saying the other way. Still, I will highlight the 25% people's opinion and say that my opinion is correct. This is human. How to nullify these bias? I already done a video and article on this. What are the different type of bias affecting an analyst and affecting a designer? Whatever human being making an opinion, you will come across these bias. I already done article on it. You can refer my LinkedIn profile for this. I'm not going deep into that, but you have to feel that there is a bias called the IKEA effect and confirmation bias, which is making your opinion and your judgment away from the neutral judgment or real representation of the society. Okay, coming to the next step. After you design or after you analyze the UX design, and based on that findings, you are going to start UI design. The next step is interaction design. So based on these findings, you have to design the interaction. That is what you are doing in the UI. So before doing as a UI design, you have to plan that interaction. How to do that? I propose a model. This is called design blueprint. This is a theoretical model. What it shows? There are different stages like line of internal interaction, line of user visibility, line of user interaction. These are the three main stages. So what it is? Look into this word line of user interaction. Above than this, user will interact. What are the stages user will interact? User actions. User will act something on the interface. Maybe increasing the temperature or decreasing the temperature. There's a user actions. Visual evidence. When you increase the temperature, user has to see the evidence, what is happened to the temperature. Or it's showing that something is coming from green to yellow and yellow to red, or something you have to give as a visual evidence. So these two stages are line of user interaction. Again, based on that evidence, user will react, maybe decrease the temperature again. Okay, for example, if you are printing a document, you click on print, then you can see that printing is going on. So user has the option to cancel. Okay. These are the two stages, visual evidence and user actions. That's about the line of user interaction. Then line of user visibility. So whatever above, what the steps above than this line of user visibility, user can see, that is front end. So first user is seeing front end, then the user is acting on front end. So user's line of visibility, that's called line of visibility. From this point, user can see. What are the points under that line of internal interaction. What is happening in the back end? It's called back end. What is happening in the back end? That is a line of internal interaction that user can't see. For example, if user is changing a knob and increasing the temperature, he changed the knob, he's using the knob as a front end, he's changing the knob, then he can see the temperature is increasing. But what is happening behind that knob? What is electronic or electronic control which is acting based on the user action? That's called backend, the line of internal interaction, how it is giving the command to the the process. It's called backend. Then under that command, there is a support process. Then there is a electronic process which is happening to increase temperature or decrease the temperature. Think about this digital product. You can see a interface that is front end, and on front end user is giving a command, for example, user login. So it's typing the username and password and saying that your login failed. So you are showing the evidence, then user actions, front end. Think about what is happening in the back end. It's giving the command, or it's checking the username, or it's checking the what he typed as a username and password. That's called backend process. Then it's checking with the database. So mainly support process is happening in the backend and with the database. So this is a design blueprint for any design you can follow. Always be vigilant that line of user interaction, line of user visibility, line of internal interaction. Okay. As I said earlier, think about any product. It may be a digital product or physical product. This model is same. For physical product also, there is a line of interaction, line of visibility, and line of inner. Look into the dashboard of a car, or your microwave, or your dishwasher. Also, you can look into a banking app you have in your mobile. So what are the different stages? Visual evidence, user actions, front end, back end, support process. Okay, as a UI designer, you are talking about these three stages more specifically, or you're concentrating on these three stages. But as a product designer, you will look into all these stages, but mainly the UI designer looking to front end, user actions, and visual evidence. Whatever you have, UX analysis, you group against each persona. You can again classify based on this model in blueprint. You can take each persona and do the front end, user actions, and visual evidence. Why we have to do that? Because you already defined that there are 6 personas or 3 personas. According to you, there are these personas are your targeted users. Whether we need any difference, or whether we have to provide any difference in the front end, or the front end is based on the user actions. If there's any difference in the user actions based on this persona, this part you have to plan. Don't think that you can define a product globally for all the personas can interact with your product in a same way. That is not possible. So that's the reason you define the UI with personas, or based on the UX, you define UI planning with personas. So there may be a change based on personas. So you have to do the blueprint based on personas. This is an example I'm showing. So what are the things we will be designing in this blueprint? Features and business scenarios. What are features? For each component, there is a feature. For example, increase, decrease, or click, or print, or so not print, click, or copy. These are called features. On, off. So these are the features of the component. What is business scenarios? A process which is executed by user. For example, login. Login is a business scenario. So you have to type your username, you have to type the password, then click on login. It will say that login success or login fail. So the entire process. Like that, when you take print, click on print, then you'll ask how many pages you need, then what is the paper size, then again, okay, then it will print. So that's scenario, business scenario. So both you have to, in both cases, you have to prepare blueprint. Actually, you are preparing blueprint for business scenarios with features. So each business scenario you can define, you can differentiate with features. Again, you have to do it with personas. So you categorize the blueprint based on personas, then define features and business scenarios for the front end and user actions and visual evidence. Take you some examples like login, starting a car. What are the components they will look? They will look into the fuel, they will look into the temperature, they will look into the gear and should be neutral and like that. So that's a process of starting the car. Like that, any digital product or physical product, you can define these blueprints based on personas. Then user actions, visual evidence for each personas. So then you find that you need two front end. For these 6 personas, you may need these 2 front end, or you may find that for 6 personas, 6 different front end, or one front end can categorize all these personas. That is up that you had to decide based on UI findings and analysis. Sorry, UX findings and analysis, and preparing the blueprints. It depends on you. Maybe you think that, okay, one geographic location needs this front end, another geographic location needs this front end. Or think about if we are talking only about only one city, still you may think that the youngsters need this front end and elders need this front end. Anyway, the back end and the process is same, but only still the front end is different. That is based on user experience. Why we do these 2 front end? Because if you define like this, the front end is more close to the satisfaction level of that persona. Persona means representing your targeted users. These category of users are more close to this front-end experience. This category of people are more close to this front-end experience. But how you can? Okay, what you have to do is while doing the because anyway you are logging in, so the logging information is already there, that the user is already registered, you know that the persona, that's a user profile. So for that particular user profile, which persona is so close to that profile, immediately you can start with that sentence. That's very easy in digital product, but in other one, that is physical product, is little bit difficult. Still you can ask for some questions. Shall we start in a basic mode, or shall we start is youngsters mode, or shall we start with the elders mode? That type of questions you can ask, then start. Within one question you can easily analyze user needs. So that's one method in physical products. But most of the companies know which are their major categories, so they avoid the other category of people. For example, you take about the premium cars. They won't design anything for the youngsters because they know that the youngsters are not the right category to buy their car because it's very costly. So youngsters may not have that type of financial capabilities to buy a Mercedes or BMW premium series. So whatever you can see in that car is always designed for the medium or not for youngsters, middle class, middle age, or elders, or senior citizens also. But actually, middle level and always they design for above 30 years. That way you can categorize your product. Still, you can develop a product for this persona and for youngsters persona separately, and develop another product for elders separately. That's a strategy companies are following. But in digital product, it's very easy to change the front end. But in physical product, mostly the engine will be same or the process will be same, but the look and feel and the interfaces will be changed based on the models. This model is for youngsters, this model is for elders, like that. Okay, so why a product designer or UI designer also to design or keep vigilant on these factors is that user interface you designed is more close to the user experience of that targeted users. So when you give the user experience close to the targeted users, the satisfaction level is according to the design level or expected level, then which will contribute to the marketing. So design the personas and define the front end. You can define whether you need one front end and two front end based on regions or based on demographic profiles or other definitions that you had to decide with your product owner. Okay, next is document it based on personas. Keep in mind, we not started UI design till now, so you have to prepare. You have to plan the designing process, UI designing process based on personas, that UX findings analyzed based on personas, and blueprints are prepared based on personas that document the front end process. This gives more clarity on what you are going to design. Think now you are going to design for different personas, same product front end for different personas. This is a crucial decision you have to take at this point. Okay, UI design is an art backed by science that you have to keep in your mind. You should have the artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities, both you need. And how you can merge these two aspects, the artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities based on science. How perfectly you can merge these two factors gives the best UI design. So if you don't have these capabilities, this is not your area. You can look for the programming, backend, process design, a lot of other areas you can be excellent. As a UI designer, you should merge science with art, and you should have a highest level of visualizing capabilities because you are going to design the product, you interface. So you should have the highest level of visualization. If you are lacking these aspects, you can't visualize analytical way and artistic way and merge. If you think that you have a great capabilities to visualize or you can't visualize, based on that you decide your profession. But if you feel that you are not a good visualizer, then better leave this area and look into more analytical nature work like programming, back-end process design, etc. Because why I'm saying that now people feel that UI design is a great thing. That's a great thing. I am not saying that it's not a great thing. It's a great thing. Everyone is saying I'm a UI designer. Of course, everybody can do the UI design, but these two things you should have. Always I found that engineers is not the right people to UI design because engineers have on most of the engineers have the analytical mind. They won't have the artistic mind. The artistic people is the right person because they have the artistic mind that engineers should support. So it's better to have a UI design team with front-end person and artist. They can jointly work. It will be a perfect UI design. Otherwise, you should have, as a UI designer, if you are an individual, you should have this capability, artistic visualization with science backup. Otherwise, you can't produce good UI designs. Being an individual, this is very difficult. So I notice a lot of UI designers is just doing the artistic work with good colors and good shapes and everything. That's okay. They never look into the analytical side of that. They never do the UX research, and they won't do these type of process analysis and user action planning, etc. They do just artistic work. A lot of engineers I know, they will just design the front end with some process, but it may not be fascinated or it won't have the emotional attachment with users. So artistic work is the emotional attachment with users. users. So you have to merge with artistic work with science. Art and science to be merged in a perfect way to get good UI design. Okay. That's all. What are the takeaways? Define personas based on UX findings. Analyze UX based on personas. Analyze UX based on personas. Develop design blueprint based on personas. Document it. The takeaway is very simple. Define personas. Analyze UX based on personas. Develop design blueprint based on personas. Then document. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching my presentation. I hope I give a proper step on how to plan before starting the UI design. Still, we not started designing with paint and brush. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? Why I take it as a separate step? Because most of the UI designers bypassing this step. Some people just listen to users and start designing. Some people won't design to users, start designing, but listen to users, plan your design based on personas, and do the designing work. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? And that's what I explained step by step. Hope you are clear on these steps. Very simple. Design the personas, do the blueprint based on personas. You always keep that in your mind. This is the user is going to use your product. A illiterate woman from a village is going to use my banking app. The interface I am designing for the banking app. A professional is going to use my banking app. A youngster is going to use my banking app. An elder is going to use a banking app. So that way you have to define the persona and finalize front end and UI based on these personas. Thank you so much. So the 2 steps completed, how to listen to users and how to convert UX findings to UI design. Next week, I will come to the next step. Questions? present. Today I'm talking about 10 usability heuristics for UI design. So this is not a guideline, but this is a thumb rule. It's a great thumb rules you can apply it in UI design, proposed by Jacob Nielsen. What we are talking today, I will explain about these 10 heuristics. This is a rule of thumb we can implement in UI design. Then how to implement in UI design. Then how the rules affect UX, because how these UI design rules going to affect in user experience. Then fourth one is how to audit against these rules, whether your UI design is perfectly matching with these rules or not. I'm Thomas. After this presentation, if you feel that you want to talk to me one-to-one, or if you want to talk to me privately, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. We can talk about how to listen a user, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy, and how to measure user experience. So you are welcome to fix an appointment and talk to me. Also, if you like my presentation, or if you're fascinated with my presentation, you can like, share, and comment on this, and you can share to your friends and team. Coming back to our topic, 10 usability heuristics for UI design. The complete credit for this topic and my presentation goes to Jacob Nielsen, a great visionary in this field. He was a user advocate and principal of Nielsen-Norman Group. He invented along with Donald Norman. So hats off to this visionary who gives these 10 heuristics for our day-to-day practice. Also, you can refer about his work in Wikipedia. What is first rule? Visibility of system status. The system should always keep users informed about what is going on through appropriate feedback within reasonable time. What it is? The system should be interactive with the user. User gives some instructions, then system is doing something. The user don't know what is happening inside the system. So these situations to be avoided. The system should always keep user informed that, okay, this is uploading, this is downloading or opening, or something is in progress. Maybe the process is within 1 second, you can avoid these type of updates. But if the process is more than 1 second, of course, if it's more than 2 seconds, you have to. Otherwise, a user feels that something wrong with the system, it's not responding. So avoid this type of communication gap between user and the system. Always give the visibility of system status. Second rule, match between the system and the real world. So the system should speak the user's language. Whatever the language we are talking to the user, it should be in a user's language with words, phrases, and concepts familiar to the user, rather than system-oriented terms follow real-world conventions. and concepts. Sometimes the programmers will give some system-oriented terms, so user can't understand it. Better to give the user's language. There's a rule number 2. Then coming to rule number 3, user control and freedom. Users often choose system functions by mistake and will need a clearly marked emergency exit to leave the unwanted state without having to go through an extended dialog. Support, undo, redo, etc. So this rule explains we have to accommodate the behavior of the user. The user will make mistakes. Most of the functions in your system or in your app, you will just click on it, maybe by mistake. So whenever user feels that it's by mistake, there should be an emergency exit. For example, if you've done something and immediately the user notices that this is not the right way, the user has to undo it. So that's an emergency exit. So don't ask more questions or don't deviate from that situation. It's better to undo and go back to the previous state of the system. So user should have this freedom to do something. And if the user feels that I made a mistake, immediately go back to the previous state of the system. This is one of the important rules we have to implement while designing the UI. Then coming to the 4th rule, consistency and standards. Users should not have to wonder whether different words, situations, or actions mean the same thing. Follow platform conventions. What it is. So you have to keep the standards in colors and words while communicating to the user. As I shown here, think about when you see a red color, something wrong in it. It's a universal accepted color for something wrong in it, or you have to stop. If the yellow, that you have to be more vigilant, and green, that's a sign to go. So think about these colors, or even though you are using a color, don't use red color for stop in one frame, and in another side of the app, you may be using a violet color for stop or white color for stop. So these type of confusions to be avoided, inconsistency to be avoided. So we have to keep the colors and words. Sometimes people say that the programmers will say that, okay, remove. In another situation, programmer will say delete. Maybe the programmer's intention is to do the same action, but the user have a confusion. What is the difference between remove and delete? Avoid these type of inconsistent situations. Keep a standards, enter applications, and the situations, words, and colors to be in standard. Then 5th rule is error prevention. Even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in the first place. Either eliminate error-prone conditions or check for them and present users with a confirmation option before they commit to the action. So even better than good error messages. That is, when you give a error messages, even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in this first place. So think about error message before that, how to prevent that error. The best example is think about this password. When you create a new password, so you'll be taking the reconfirmation of the new password again. So user won't, if even the user make the mistakes, it will be, the program will take care of. So instead of giving the error later, look at the bank account numbers on a lot of critical situations. When we want to take the critical information, it's better to avoid errors, make some programming rules to avoid errors. So better than error message is better to carefully design to prevent the error. Then coming to sixth rule, recognition rather than recall. Minimize users' memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. The user should not have to remember information from one part of the dialogue to another. Instructions for use the system should be visible and easily retrievable whenever appropriate. So accept the fact that user have very minimum memory. User can't memorize everything in his mind. Also, we should not insist user to memorize something. For example, a user is going to a work progress, is step by step he is doing something. So the program is moving from one form to another form or another one scene to another scene. So don't ask or don't take it granted that the user will remember what happened in the second stage. Now the user is in fifth stage. What happened in the second stage? So don't test this type of memory with the user. So it's better in the fifth stage, you have to give the progress and saying that this is happened in second stage or first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, and fifth stage. Now you are in fifth stage. This is a major thing happened in these stages. User should have that track. So it minimizes users' memory. So minimize users' memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. That's one of the great rule you have to keep in mind while developing UI. That's the seventh rule. Flexibility and efficiency of use. Accelerators, unseen by novice user, may often speed up the interactions for the expert user such that the system can cater both inexperienced and experienced users, allow users to tailor frequent actions. So what it is? The programmer will give or designer will give multiple options by keeping in mind that different levels of users can use options according to his own flexibility and his own efficient method. For example, input from two methods, or as you see in the video, the user can hold the handles or control from two positions. So these type of inputs gives the efficiency for the user as well as the fast interaction with the user. That means the system can cater both any category of users. Maybe it's a fast user or some more flexibility given to the different type of users. So flexibility and efficiency of use. Then the next one is aesthetic and minimalist design. Dialogue should not contain information which is irrelevant or rarely needed. Every extra unit of information in a dialogue completes with the relevant unit of information and diminishes their relative visibility. Okay, your design should be minimalist and the interaction should be minimalist. So should contain minimum information. Whatever information you are adding, think that you are explaining it better, but actually when you add one more word or one more sentence to a clarification or a dialogue, it's making complexity in users' minds. According to the developer, it's explaining more and more, but when you add more information, it gives complexity to the confusion to the user because he's comparing what he's learning, he's taking the meaning of these first sentence, second sentence, and third sentence, and he has to compare and conclude. So it's better close the things in a minimalist way and avoid all irrelevant information. When you give extra unit of information, it explain the first information again and again and again. Okay, so minimalist design. The ninth one, help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Error message should be expressed in the plain language, not codes. Precisely indicate the problem and constructive suggestion to the solution of selection of the solution. So what it is? So even though users will make errors, the error messages should be expressed in plain language, simple and minimalistic. But one important thing you have to keep in, don't make codes. So most of the time you get an error 404. How user knows this? What is 404? So avoid these type of interactions with user. User should have a clear error message and indicate the problem. At the same time, the designer should support the user to come out from that situation. So help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Then the 10th one, help and documentation. Even though it is better if the system can be used without documentation, it may be necessary to provide help and documentation. Any such information should be easy to search, focus on the user's task, list concrete steps to be carried out, and not too large. Better you design UI without documentation. That is a perfect design. It should be self-explanatory, but it's very tough to reach that level by a UI designer because people are different concept, people conceive in a different way, so it's very difficult. Sometimes people need documentation and help. So when you provide help, when the designer provides help and documentation, it should be or documentation to the task and clear cut steps to be carried. Don't give a big paragraph and everything. So clear cut, bullet point, or clear information features or bullet points, the steps, and it should not too large. So keep in mind that how to design your help and document. Maybe a tooltip, maybe a help document to be designed in a precise manner, target to the task, and clear. Okay, when we come to these 10 rules, 10 heuristics, visibility of system status. The second one is match between the system and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help user recognize, diagnose, and recover from the errors. 10th is help and documentation. These 10 rules not only for digital design, apply in analog designs or hardware design also, because from hardware also user is interacting. So hardware also interacting with the user, with the interface. So whenever there is an interface, maybe in hardware or software, or in a complete physical product like an automobile or a mixie or a grinder or an oven, so look into the interface. Apply these rules. Whenever there is an interaction with the user and the equipment, there is an interface. If there is an interface, apply these rules. Okay. So don't think that this is only for digital or some website design or something. I'm not interested in that type of digital and limiting my explanation only to the digital product websites and programs. You can easily apply these rules, but look into a interface of your microwave. How we can apply these rules to that? That is more interesting. And how user interacting to the minimalist design or minimalist interface you are providing in a microwave. Apply these rules. This is there also user is interacting. User should get clarity on what is happening inside. Then implement in UI design. So how we can implement these UI? Okay, these rules are good. We can keep in mind, but we have to implement also. How we can implement in UI design? One thing you have to keep in mind while the design stage itself, you have to make sure that these rules are applied. What I mean is while you design the screens, include these screens, which is for confirmation or which is more communication or for clarity or undo, whatever it may be. You have to design these. The designer has to design these screens also. You can see in my screen the first home screen, then go to my account, then take the logout. There is a confirmation. So confirmation is taking from the user while logout. Most of the UI designers, what they do, they will give this screen, home screen, then the last screen. Better to design complete interaction in UI design stage itself. Whatever may be the interaction, maybe it's opening a file, you are showing a progress bar, while closing a file, you are showing a confirmation message, while deleting a confirmation message. So whatever the icons you are using, whatever the communication method you are trying to do, should design in the UI design stage itself. Don't let the backend programmer or the front-end programmer later to implement these things. So it's a UI designer's duty to do that. No, but what I noticed with the UI designers, they will give the first screen, second screen, and third screen, then say that their design is complete. No, it should be as equal as the front end of the program, front end of the interface, which is working in the real time. So you have to design with proper colors, proper layout, proper flow. Just 5 screens you draw in a Photoshop or some type, the static level. So UI design should be in dynamic level, and it should be confirmed or should be developed by the UI designer in an interactive form. That is the first step you have to implement in UI designing stage itself. So it's very easy to implement these rules. Then, of course, according to my experience, UI designer will make mistakes. They won't consider this rule. They will just say, okay, log out, okay, logged out. Log in, okay, it's logged in. Delete, okay, that's all. Delete. Product designer, oh, another person who can cross-check the UI design. That is an important step you have to follow in UI design stage. You have to cross-check the design against these rules. Whether all the rules are implemented, when there is a delete, okay, whether it's a confirmation is there, when there is an upload, whether the progress bar is there, when there is an error, is a message is clear, and you should not, better not to engage a programmer to test this, better not to engage a UI designer to test it, better a product designer, or better you avoid a product tester to do this. What we suggest is go to the field and test your design with targeted users, because that user is the exact user you are going to, who is going to use your product. So that user, you are designing the product by keeping in mind that this category of people is going to use product. So better go to field and test your design in all aspects of these user interface and these rules. So design to be tested. So you can test internally, then go to field and test. So this is one of the important stage. You have to do the design testing with the targeted users. You can keep all statistical principles in while designing, while testing it. Look into these rules. These rules creates user experience. Look again to these rules. Visibility of system status, match between the system and real world, user control and freedom, consistency and standards, error prevention, recognition rather than recall, flexibility and efficiency, aesthetic and minimalist design, help users recognize, help and document. Think about these rules. These rules are actually the triggers or catalyst for the user experience. Whatever the user experience is developing in his mind, in the user's mind, based on these rules, because these are the rules coming out, or these are the rules to be implemented with the user interface, and user interface is interacting with the user. While these interaction, the experience is created. So if only the experience is good when the interaction is best, or interaction is without any gap, with interaction is without any gap or without any confusion. So then the user experience is in the right way. Otherwise, if the interaction is having a gap, or if the user interaction is confusing, then user always will be having the bad opinion about the product, even though the product is giving the results, because result is one factor, but the end results is not only the factor gives good user experience, because user always know that this end result, but the interaction before the end results with the system, that gives user experience, that gives the value to the level of user experience. For example, if you're traveling in an airline, you know that the airline will reach the destination. You are 100% confident on that, otherwise you won't enter to that plane. So you're 100% confident that the plane will reach the destination. That is the end results. But that will have very minimal effect to the user experience, or the level of user experience created in user's mind, or how are you satisfied with our performance. When your airline asking to the passenger, are you satisfied? Or mark it in 0 to 1, 0 to 10, how you satisfied with our performance? Whether user is considering that it's destination, you reach the destination, is that fact? Maybe you had to reach in time, that may be one fact. What the food you are serving it, how you cater the passenger when there is a request. These things are counts in user experience, because user will judge the product based on a lot of factors, not only with core factors. The core factor, yeah, you have to reach the destination, but core factor is a minimum effect having a minimum effect in the user experience. Look into the enhancing factors or love factors or neutral factors, even the neutral factors, these having a lot of experience. For example, if you talk about a banking, so we know that the payment will be affected to my account and it will be debited or credited, so I can get the balance. So account is meant for that. Every user knows that. So the credit or debit won't give any trigger for the user experience in user's mind. But how you interact with the user while he is asking what is my balance, while he look into the site of the bank, how it is interacting and how it is giving the messages, how it is reacting when the when the app when the banking app is reacting to the user with this message. These gives better user experience, or these are the main triggers to get better user experience. Otherwise, you judge on what basis user recommend your product to others. You know the NPS. So when you count the NPS, Net Promoter Scores, on what basis user recommend your product to others? Not based on the result, because result is granted. User have no doubt on it. But it should be there. If you are not giving the results, the entire thing collapse. But actually, the result is granted. The user experience, the recommendation of your product to his friends and colleagues is based on the interaction or the level of interaction or how close you are with the user. So then look into these rules. These rules give clarity how to design an interaction. Okay. The next step is after launching the product. So after design, you develop the product according to the design. The programmer will develop the product according to the design. Then launch the product. After that, you have to do, the company has to do UX audit. How to do that? There are different methods available. I'm explaining a prominent method here. The 4 questions evaluator will answer when executing an action. So you can use evaluators for that. Will the user be trying to produce whatever effect the action has? If there is a control on the interface, will user be trying to produce whatever effect the action, whether user will use it? That's the first question. Will user be able to locate the control for the action? So when the user needs an action, whether user can locate how to do, or what are the steps to do, what are the controls, or what are the buttons to do that action, whether user can locate it easily. Then will the control user found help them to reach the goal they want? Will these controls give the clarity and saying clearly to the user that this control will reach you to what you need? For example, I want to delete a file, whether this button reach the, so that means you have to clearly explain that on that button itself. Or you have to use some icons, maybe high temperature, low temperature. This is very much limited when you design an interface or equipment, because you have very limited space to do that. Mobile app or website, you have a lot of space, but actually think about interface in microwave or interface in mixie or your dishwasher. So you have a very limited space. Think about an automobile, think about a dashboard of a car, or think about the panel in a bike, motorbike. So you have very limited space when you use the physical controls. If it's a digital control, of course, you have more space. Think about the digital control, very minimal. So whether these buttons they found will help them reach the goal they want. And will the interface provide the understandable feedback for the user after each action? So when they execute that action, whether the interface is the understandable, okay, this is running, or this is moving, or something like that. So these are the 4 important questions you have to gather from the user and or evaluator while doing the UX audits. So I already released a video on this more detail, how to do these walkthroughs. So you can refer my old videos. So I'm not going deep into these steps because these are one of the main steps, how to analyze user experience. So based on these questions, you will get information from users, then collect that information according to the statistical principles. So you can invite a lot of users for that and test it. Then evaluate these information you gathered from the users during UX audit. Evaluate against these tools. These 10 rules you have to keep in mind, or in more statistical terms, you can keep it as a hypothesis, or you have to keep it as an objective of the project and develop hypothesis based on these tools. Visibility is not proper in system. For user control and freedom is not up to the mark. Like that, you can develop a lot of hypotheses and test the information or check the information you gather from the users against this hypothesis. That's a way to evaluate. So you have to apply the rules in the design stage, then develop the product and with the interface, then launch the product. After launching, you have to do the UX audit, and this information you gathered from UX audit to be tested against these rules. Then you have to convince that this is properly followed, and you can release the final product after beta testing. Okay, so what are the takeaways? The great 10 rules for UI design. Visibility of system status. Second one is and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help users recognize and recover from errors. 10th is help and documentation. So these rules you have to keep in mind like a 10 commandments in Bible. So as a UI designer, you have to keep these 10 rules always in front of you while designing it. As a product designer, keep these rules in mind while testing the product and before releasing the product. And also you have to keep these rules when you develop the next version of the product. Technology will be changing, so the interface may be changing, interaction methods will be changing, but you have to audit with these rules. Think about your translations in a message in UI, or what is the type of sentence you are using. Maybe it's a graphical form or is in the text form with colors. So look to whatever components you have in your user interface. Audit them with these rules. Thank you so much. Again, I give credit to the great visionary Jacob Nielsen, who proposed these 10 great principles for interaction design. Also, you can scan this QR code if you want to talk to me about any of the stages: how to listen a user, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy a project, and how to measure user experience. We will talk to you in UX and UI design perspectives. Okay, thank you again for your time. Questions? Of course, you can ask any questions. Hi, everyone. Welcome to uxlivinglab. Hope you can hear me and watch my presentation. Today, we are talking about a new topic called cognitive walkthroughs. What is cognitive walkthrough? You maybe heard about this topic earlier. So today I'll be present what is cognitive walkthrough, and I will explain it with a case study and how to execute cognitive walkthrough. So we can start with a small video how these studies are conducted. Cognitive walkthroughs are mainly used for testing prototypes. So as I explained in my previous presentation, it's an innovation journey, the ideation, concept, look and feel, and prototype. In prototype testing, mainly this methodology is used in prototype testing in different sprints of prototypes. We can test using cognitive walkthroughs. We can start with a small video on cognitive walkthroughs. So here you can see an evaluator is evaluating the functionality of an app. Okay, this is the typical setup for cognitive walkthrough. You can see the phone screen as well as the evaluator phase, and moderator will ask questions to the evaluator. How these studies conducted and what is cognitive walkthrough? Cognitive walkthrough is a user experience evaluation method in which one or more evaluators work through a series of tasks. So look into that. The definition. Cognitive walkthrough is a user experience evaluation method in which one or more evaluators work through a series of tasks and ask a set of questions from the perspective of the user. The focus of the cognitive walkthrough is on understanding the system's learnability for new or infrequent users. There are two phases in the method: preparation and evaluation. So I will take this definition again. So one important point you have to understand is cognitive walkthrough is a user experience, as I said earlier, it is a UX research method in which one or more evaluator is working through a series of tasks. So you have to list down the tasks and ask the set of questions from the perspective of this. So user is different and evaluator is different. So that's one of the important things we have to understand in this methodology. So evaluator is evaluating the product on behalf of user. So you can see a schematic diagram here. So the product, that evaluator is evaluating the product in the perspective of the user. So he is thinking about what type of user it is, then is answering to the questions to the analyst or moderator. So the focus of cognitive walkthrough is to understand the system's learnability to new or infrequent users. Actually, there are two phases in this method. One is preparation phase and evaluation phase. While executing this cognitive walkthrough, You have to prepare it first, then evaluate. So I will go through both phases now. So what is preparation phase? Okay, you can see in preparation phase there are different steps. So preparation of preliminary description of prototype design. That's the first step. So you have to prepare the description of the prototype. Then to the list of tasks. You have to list down the task we are going to execute in this method in cognitive workflow. List of actions to be completed in each task. That is, if there are a list of tasks, then in each task, what is the action you are going to do? Maybe it's the task is login, so you have to enter a username or password, so you have to type it. So that is an action. So typing is an action. Or it's a login is using a selfie, so you have to take a selfie. That is an action. Like that, list of actions to be completed in individual tasks. Then fourth is an idea about who is the user will be and what kind of experience they will have when they first use this product. So evaluators evaluating on behalf of users. So evaluators should have an idea what type of user it is. So we have to do these 4 steps while preparation. Then list down the task and actions. These are the most important things. Then come to the evaluation phase. This one important thing we have to understand about cognitive workflow is this is a universal model accepted how to execute cognitive workflow. So in this method, there are only 4 questions. These 4 questions evaluator will answer while executing an action. Think about it's a login and you are going to type a username. So that is a task is login and action is typing. While typing or while executing that action, after executing that action, the evaluator has to answer these 4 questions. What are the questions? Will user will be trying to produce whatever effect the action has. So will user will try for login? That's the first question. Will user be able to locate the control for the action? So how to login? Whether user can locate the control for login. So will user be able to locate the control for the login? The third question is, will the control users found help them to reach the goal they want? So for a user that you have to reach or you have to complete login, whether the control the user found, whether it is understandable that it will help them to reach the goal. So whether that action will be performed in the right way. Will the interface provide understandable feedback for the user after each action? So think about a login. After login, we have to get the feedback like login successful or login failed. So whether the interface provide understandable feedback for users after each action. So these 4 questions are the standard questions in cognitive workflow. Whatever may be your product. Think about a software product, or you're testing a bike, or you're testing a car. You think about you're testing an insurance scheme. These 4 questions are standard. Will user will be trying to produce whatever the effect the action has. Think about you are testing a bike. How to ride a bike in a village road. That is a evaluation. That is a test you are going to do. So will user will ride the bike in a village road or not? That's the first question. Then if there is any special control for that, so it's a off-roader or something like that, if there is any special control for that or a special action to be taken for that, so if that controls what he identified is good for riding on off in a village, so whether while riding in that type of road, whether it will give a understandable feedback. So whatever may be your product, it will, these four questions are applicable. Then comes to the next phase, the evaluation phase. In evaluation, the four questions will be asked on each action in the task. So maybe we are using multiple evaluators, and they can complete these questions by self-completion form or interacting with the analyst. So these four questions are listed here in the task one, action one. So these four questions are listed here. And what is the answer from the evaluator one for the first question? Yes. That is, will user be trying to produce whatever effect the action has? Yes. So the second question, yes. Third question, yes. What is coming from the evaluator two? So will the user will be trying to produce whatever effect the action has? Yes. Will the user be able to locate the control of this action? No, not shown in the first screen. So that's a reading, or that is the response, or that is the answer given by the evaluator 2 on the second question. So this is the way the answers for each question will be collected from different evaluators. How many evaluators you have to use, this depends on the product and the targeted market, and you can use different segmentation for evaluators. Maybe you can select evaluators from different geographies and different demographies, and you can do a lot of statistical methods for how many evaluators to be used. But this is the method how to execute cognitive walkthrough, how to execute the evaluation. Then comes to action 2. Okay, the same questions repeating in the action 2. So how many actions you have? So the same 4 questions will repeat. Then just to again the evaluator 1, evaluator 2, evaluator 3, and evaluator 4 is answering. So here also you can see whether user is trying to produce whatever effect the action has. Evaluator 1 says yes, evaluator 2 says no, not showing what to be done. So evaluator 3, so no, press of such. So you can continue with these 4 questions for every action you listed. Then you can conclude to the findings by the analyst. In task 1, the user may confuse on how to find the button. This is just an example. I am explaining how to conduct this cognitive walkthrough. So whatever may be your product, whatever may be your service, you have to list down the tasks and list down the actions, then each actions to be performed, and answer these 4 questions on behalf of user. I hope that's clear to you what is cognitive walkthrough. This is a specific method used in prototyping. Think about the prototyping. Every component is testing. So take one component, do the cognitive walkthrough, take the series of components and form a workflow and try for cognitive walkthrough. For example, the login or breaking a system or starting a system, controlling a system. Think about anything, maybe a physical product or software product or service. You can do cognitive walkthrough. I will explain cognitive walkthrough in a more understandable way using a case study. So people always ask that, oh, there is every action we have to repeat these 4 questions. How it is possible? How it is practically possible? So in this case study, you can understand how we are doing, or how the UX researcher is doing cognitive work. In this case study, this is talking about a simple screen. It's a chat screen. To place your order, you can see one person typed it and welcome to shop. That's just chat screen. Then you are preparing the task, starting chat. That's the task. And actions. Where you are going to do the actions, the type of component. There's a text box you can see. Then what is the action? Entered P, entered N. So these are the different actions to be executed by evaluator. Then he is answering the question 1. We can see the question 1. Will the user be trying to produce whatever effect the action has? Yes. Just entered P. Okay. Just entered N. So I'm giving some the one task and action from a list of actions a UX researcher is using. So that's why you may not be clear about what is the purpose of this. Maybe it's for ordering a particular item. So enter P. Will the user be trying to produce whatever effect action? Yes. Will the user be able to locate the control for the action? No. All other questions answered no. Then think about the 4th condition of saying yes. So this is the way we have to take the answers. This is just a spreadsheet. You can use softwares also. So you can just take the answers like just yes or no for these 4 questions against each action. Then how to analyze these question and answers. Think about the 4 actions it's performed. You can analyze these actions. Maybe a simple analysis like how much mark you are giving to these actions. That's a very simple analysis. But we always recommend you have to analyze at least the 4 core factors of any action. That is, sorry, the factors of any action. The first one is core factors. Whether that gives the core functionality is clear to the user. So you can see the answer don't show any response. So also enhancing factors, that's increasing the quality, and another one is decreasing factor, that is decreasing the quality. quality, and the love factors, which is fascinated by the users. I mean, these are the five-factor analysis. Is another analysis method used in a qualitative research. So we can implement that method here and give the marks. So these answers are given by analysts after discussing with evaluators. So actually, these answers prepared by analysts or the evaluator can give the self-completion form to fill. But while executing these actions during evaluation, the evaluator is answering the questions and give the answers to each question. Then moderator or analyst can ask evaluator why you are doing that, why you are saying yes or why you are saying no. Then based on that, you can conclude to this type of analysis on question and answers. This is mainly done by the analyst. So look into this case study with a simple stat form. You can see how the task is listed, how the actions performed, what will be the answers, and how to analyze the answers. So the major part of the cognitive walkthrough is preparing the actions as a list to prepare for evaluation. That is, prepare for the execution of the task. So you have to prepare the list of actions. Based on these actions, the evaluation is done. That's the way it should be organized. Then you can come to how to execute. Okay, how to execute cognitive walkthroughs. So practically, what are the things we have to take care while executing cognitive? We can prepare a lot of things in a spreadsheet, list the task and actions and questionnaire, everything. But how to execute? So different environment you can execute these studies, these cognitive walkthroughs. One is the most common method is lab. So in a lab study, normally it will take 1 to 3 hours. That's ideal time for lab studies because we have to go through all the actions and get that answer. Then participant will be invited to the lab. That is, participant means the evaluator will be invited to the lab. Then lab will be equipped with internet, video, audio recording, client room with CCTV, so client can lively watch it. Then translator if required, live streaming, etc. All the other technical gadgets you can add to the lab. Then how the lab look like? You can see a typical layout of the lab. You can see how evaluator is performing an evaluation. You can see different multi-camera is already set there. So then in that layout, you can see the laptop. Yeah. Then the evaluator is sitting there, and whatever actions he is doing in the phone will be get recorded. And the moderator is sitting just behind to the evaluator. So he has to see what is happening and he has to ask questions. So this is a typical layout for lab studies. Then another environment is in home. So okay, you can execute the same study in a home because it's more convenient or more real-time environment. So you can see a photograph with how UX researcher is executing cognitive walkthrough in a home. So that means evaluators evaluating that should be a small size, maybe some limitations when we compare to lab studies, but that is more real environment we can do in a real environment we can do walkthroughs. You can see, still you can record it, you can see the phone screen as well as the evaluators. So maybe in the app testing you can do it for in home. Also, whatever products you have in home, you can also do the cognitive walkthroughs in home, no issues. Or depending on the product, you can set different environment, doesn't matter. So you have to follow the procedures. Then another setup is streets. Not is an unorganized way of doing that, but we can do it because the UX researcher has to do it because it's a more realistic thing about some products. It's really on road, for example, driving or something like testing a car or bike or even some phones or some advertisement tests. A lot of things is really happening. The interaction is really happening on street. So we have to do the test in street. So designing the environment is, so selecting the environment is more important, while we have to get the real experience. For getting the real experience, selecting the environment is more critical. So here also we can do audio, video recording will be next way. It may not be like home setup or this lab setup. We don't do a 3 hours cognitive walkthroughs in streets. It's better to keep it in 20 minutes. But the most of the people doing cognitive walkthroughs on driving, so you can go for highway driving or city driving, and how the driver is interacting with each component in his vehicle. It's one of the best cognitive walkthroughs we come across, because during driving, a lot of components in front of you, maybe the essential components, gears and brakes, steering, etc. But non-essential components or the enhancing components like air conditioners, music system, lot of things like that in front of you. So driver is controlling everything while driving. So that's one of the best environment. So this is one of the best methodologies where we can test automobile related user experience, as well as nowadays the phone or the internet based interactions are there inside the car, so you can test that. For example, GPS or taking phone or interacting through phone or interacting in net. Lot of things we can test during driving. So the real environment is more important because we can test how we are interacting in a GPS or interacting in internet in your living room while you do. So it makes a lot of difference in this. Okay, then the next is client office. Of course, we can invite the evaluator to client office. But okay, that is good for keeping the data privacy, or when you develop the prototype, you have to keep a lot of things hide it from your competitors, so you can do it in your lab. But we won't recommend it if it's a finished product. It's better to test in a real environment. Cognitive was to be conducted in real environment, not in client office. Just get some idea about it, but it may not be the answers, and the situational urgency or situational importance won't come to play when we do it in client office. Okay, then after analyzing all these questions and answers, we can prepare a lot of reports. There's one typical layout of report we can see. Okay, we can develop user insights, progress report on product development, tabulations, Then percentage analysis, conjoint analysis, correlation, regression, sort analysis. Yeah, these are just different way of presenting the data and analyzing the data. Maybe you can apply statistical methods, or UX researcher can apply all management analysis method as well as statistical analysis method. Good. I have done. Any questions? Okay. Any? Okay. Good. Any software is there for doing the cognitive work? Okay, you can record everything. There are a lot of softwares available. Something like test project, that's for software testing, and Robotium, that's also for software testing. There are a lot of softwares available for testing, but in a physical product, you had to record and you had to analyze the videos, and a lot of products, a lot of software is available for analyzing videos that you can use. But preparing the actions and preparing the task, it's very difficult because you have to list down the task and prepare the actions. So when you do continuously, the cognitive walkthroughs continuously, you can create a lot of templates for that. And okay, if there is a login or if there is a air condition control, these are the actions to be performed, like that. So you can create a lot of templates for different actions, but still you have to prepare the cognitive walkthroughs in a perfect way, and only it will be successful. But this is one of the best methods to develop the prototype, because we are understanding on behalf of user, and the questions are get answered on behalf of users, and evaluator is executing the task on behalf of users. Then this model is very typical questions, because that question is clearly pointing out whether it is understandable to use. You can prepare, you can develop a lot of things, but whether it's easy or understandable to user, how the user interaction works, that is the main purpose of this. So, and we are not talking about the technology behind the product. We are talking about the interface or user interaction. How user interacted with your product. That we can perfectly optimize using cognitive walkthroughs. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Hope you enjoyed. You can expect same kind of presentations every week. You can see what timing we are available in this channel. So keep watching. Thank you. Hi.